Can you guys hear me? I wonder why my AirPods weren't working. Let's see. Let's try this again. Okay. Can you guys hear me now? Okay. I had to turn off the Bluetooth and then turn it back on, apparently. I think that should work now. Okay, cool. What's going on? It's nice to see you guys. I'm just kind of chilling in my dining room. I decided that I didn't want to wear any face makeup today, and I'm kind of going for the no filter look. And that is what I'm gonna do because I'm breaking out and I really don't want to wear makeup. And to be honest, even if I wasn't, I don't think that I would really want to wear makeup today. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling that Neptune retrograde coming on Friday. I'm feeling that Venus conjunct Uranus. You know what I'm saying? I'm in my pajamas. It's great. I went and got my wax today. Felt really great. It was honestly so bad because I had waited for so long. I had to apologize to my wax girl before coming in. I was like, look, lady, really fucking sorry. So now I'm feeling good, feeling like just nice and clean, you know? Thank you. I'm in my pajamas. Yes. Good. Everyone just go get in your pajamas. Okay. If you have makeup on, just go take it off, unless you want to keep it on and just like be lazy and spiritually naked with me. Listen, the bush was bad. Okay. It was so bad. Um, my daughter and well, both my daughters, but my oldest daughter was kind of like her birthday weekend that we were celebrating. And we ended up going out to the pool and stuff, and they're like, why aren't you swimming? And I was like, well, I just can't. And my daughter was like, oh, what? My youngest, of course. She's like, oh, what? You don't want to mess up your makeup, you don't want to mess up your beautiful hair. And I was like, okay, well, you want to be honest, it's a freaking bush down there. You really want to hear the truth? You want to keep trying me? And I laid it all out, and they're like, they didn't bother me about it again. The whole time. It's like, don't do it. I had like a complete freak out today as well because I was like, oh God, I need to get my hair done. I need to get it cut so bad. It just looks so bad. And so I freaking tried to give myself like curtain bangs today. Do you know how bad I freaked out? I cut off so much hair and then like I saw it and I was like, okay, stop. But then I couldn't stop because it looked so bad. And so I had to keep going until like I got it looking blended and halfway decent. It was just so bad. I had like an absolute freak out. That's what swim skirts are for. Okay, who do people? Well, you know what my daughter actually wore? It's so funny because my oldest daughter, she's so modest, and I like love that, right? And then my youngest is like, I don't know what's going on with that. Um, worried. Yeah, like the bush is bad. Like I was just very, very honest. You asked, I told you. There you go. Like that's what's really going on. Anyway, you guys, welcome. I hope that you're doing great. It's a scorcher out here today in Virginia. It's pretty damn gross. Not gonna lie to you. Um, as soon as you walk outside, it just feels like you're walking into a wet, hot fart. It's gross. Like, I hate to be so disgusting, but that is really what it feels like. It's just really gross. So yeah, which my skin absolutely hates. My skin is not down for the humidity, doesn't like it, absolutely hates it. I already have oily skin. The second I go out there, it's just like I look really just bad. So I'm ready for fall. Yay. But yeah, so you guys, welcome to all signs. We're going to be taking a look at the person on your mind. And if you guys want to get a super chat during this time to get your cards read live during the stream, then you can go ahead and visit hipsy.com/Violetta Alexis. If you book before 7 p.m. EST, then you can get 15% off your question. Okay. You see lots of rash, guard stuff in Hawaii, so skin is covered. Yeah, I would imagine. You look shiny. Well, yeah, when I got there, I look shiny, but it doesn't look good. Like some people look really good when their skin's shiny and stuff. I'm just not one of those people. I look better when I'm more matte. I do not look, I have really textured skin, so it like just brings it out more. It just looks, I don't know, it's not for me, but still beautiful regardless. What's up, Tom? It was hot around here in Delaware, but thunderstorms rolled through. Oh, God. I wish so bad, please. I would kill for a freaking thunderstorm right now. Oh, thanks, Shannon. Yeah, I just was like, you know what? My biggest insecurity has always been my skin, but like I've gotten honestly so many treatments and it looks so much better. And I don't know why I need to continue to be so fucking mean to myself about it. It's just like, who cares? Like, guys come on here and they freaking read tarot all the time and they're not wearing any makeup. Why the fuck do I need to? Because I'm a woman. No. So I was just like, I don't feel like doing it. I'm just not going to do it, you know? And then I was like, I also don't feel like working at my work desk. I just kind of want to like be chill in my pajamas at my dining room table. So I decided I was going to do that as well. Anyway, but I do hope that you guys are having a really, really awesome day. And something to keep in mind, we are going to have Venus conjunct Uranus in Taurus at an anaretic degree. So at the very last, so something maybe that you've been working on since 2018, because then Uranus next week is going into Gemini. So I don't really want to call that yet, not until July 7th, but I feel like since Venus kind of started in Taurus, wherever that house is in your natal chart, the thing that you have been working on in regards to the Taurus part of your chart, whether it's your beliefs or your relationships or whatever the case may be, there's definitely going to be like, some people are saying it's a good surprise. Other people are saying, other astrologers are saying that they don't think it looks that good. Me personally, I feel like whatever, like, so Uranus rules Aquarius in modern day astrology, right? I feel like wherever maybe Aquarius is in your chart, I feel like that might get some sweetness to it. But it feels so pressing because it's at the last degree of the sign. Like something feels so pressing. It feels like something that we've been trying to value more about our lives or something that we've been trying to have better self esteem about. It feels like it's at the last, it's like on the precipice of breaking free finally, that last fucking hoorah, you know what I mean? Almost like a bachelorette or a bachelor party before moving on, graduating to the next thing, you know what I'm saying? But who knows? I believe that Venus is on Algol today, Algol, the fixed star Algol today, if I'm not mistaken. I think Venus is at 26 today. Algol is like the Death Star, right? It definitely is. It has a reputation, but they also call it the wealth star. So like wherever, so it's a fixed star at 26 degrees Taurus. So wherever you have 26 degrees Taurus, you can find that like this area of your life you may be unfairly judged for. So if it's in your first house, you can be very unfairly judged for your appearance, or if it's in your ninth house, you can be very unfairly judged for your beliefs. And so today that's Venus is on Algol, but I don't feel like it's bad. I feel like Venus is the one that's bringing the energy, and Venus is usually pretty positive. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Well, yeah, I mean, Uranus went into Taurus in 2018. Was it May? I can't remember, but Uranus went into Taurus in 2018. So that Taurus part of your chart has been getting some ass kickings. Uranus doesn't like being in Taurus, you know. Taurus wants stability and consistency, and Uranus wants to break free and wants to rebel and all of these things. You know, Uranus is probably the most inconsistent planet, where Taurus is probably, I would say, dare I say, arguably the most consistent sign, I guess. Um, because it's fixed earth, you know. Damn it, I thought I repeated this song. Okay, well that didn't work. Oh my God, and I'm so excited. While I was at my daughter's party, I made a new song. I really like it. All of the songs that I've made are so different sounding. I what I have on Where Dead Flowers Bloom, my writing page, for next week is like poetry that's spoken by me with, like, you know, some AI video behind it, like I usually do. But then I think the week after that is when I'm going to release another song. But I don't know if I don't know if I want to release the sad one or if I want to release the more like one. I don't know. You guys can let me know for those of you that follow that page. But I'm trying to kind of figure it out. I'm kind of worried, ready for change. Well, I mean, last time Uranus was in Gemini, a big old war broke out, you know? So I'm trying to hope for the best. I am. I think there will be some huge advancements in technology. I think there will be huge advancements and maybe even for writers. You know, I think it'd be really cool if they came out with like a new website for writers, right? Because you know, Gemini is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is like the, you know, the writing and communication. But I definitely feel like we're going to see some huge evolution in regards to communications and writing and um, technology and things like that. So I think it could have some upsides to it for certain, but usually when Uranus comes in, it doesn't come in like a soft, calm river wave. Okay, it comes in like a fucking tornado, right? And so I know I've had Uranus transiting my first house, and I'm here to tell you, you think it's like the rug had been ripped from under you, right? But until you realize that the rug was actually covering up a huge, massive hole in the world, and you like, you know, started falling through and holding on to the fucking edge. You know what I'm saying? That's what that felt like for me. It opposed my Pluto, okay, which was on my descendant. It opposed my Venus. Now Uranus, I look at Placidus. I'm a Placidus girl, not a whole sign. So I still have Gemini in my first house. So that Uranus, I think next year is going to oppose my natal Saturn and Sagittarius in the seventh house. Not looking forward to that. Not looking forward to eventually Uranus making a conjunction to my Chiron in the second house, nor am I looking forward to Uranus making a conjunction on my Lilith and Gemini in the second house, nor am I looking forward to Uranus making an opposition to my natal Uranus and Sagittarius in the eighth house. I definitely have my shitting pants on, so we're good to go. Do a poll about it. Ooh, I like that. I need to do more of those. I need to do more polls, honestly. Oh yeah, totally, totally turned my life. You know what I did love? Uranus and Aries. That, I don't know what happened. Like my career soared during that time. I was kicking ass. I mean, I was really like, I became very assertive, right? I have Aries in my 12th and then Mars in Capricorn conjunct my midheaven. Man, I got quite the reputation, but I wasn't afraid of shit. I was freaking, I loved that. I was like fearless to a fault, but fearless nonetheless. I miss Uranus and Aries. I actually really like that. That was cool. Uranus and Taurus? No. And I did it sober. Just even worse. It was so bad. I hated Uranus in my sign, in my rising sign. You know, it made a conjunction to my fucking moon. It was just so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad. I hated it. So I'm ready for Uranus and Gemini. I posted my first video on YouTube. You did? What? What did you post? I have to go look at it. I love that. Good for you. Everybody go check out Tom's video when you're done watching me, of course. Everyone's names are changed for me, though. Is that not everybody else as well? All right, why didn't that song repeat? Try this again. Okay, great. Yep, it changed. I thought so. Okay, so without further ado, let me stop freaking yapping and let me get this over with. No, I'm just kidding. Let me stop yapping and let me go ahead and do this. So, once again, you guys, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to All Signs. We're going to be taking a look at the person on your mind and their feelings for you. If you need to check your other placements because you feel like it doesn't resonate or you may feel like roles are reversed, by all means, feel free to do so. These are just general readings. If you'd like to book a personal reading, then you can either visit hipsy.com/Violetta Alexis or you can go to my website, violettaalexis.com, and all of that information is in the description box below. If you guys want to book a super chat question to get your cards read during the live, then you can visit hipsy.com/Violetta Alexis. You can see that link. It is the pinned comment in the chat box. And yeah, I think that's it. I think we're good to go. All right, we're doing Pisces first. Okay, we can do that. Let's do it. Let's do Pisces. Okay. Hey, Pisces. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on with your person. Their feelings for you, the King of Swords, how they perceive you is the Wheel of Fortune reversed, their future action, King of Wands reversed. Okay. See that King of Swords, Empress reversed, Chariot reversed. This person wants to talk to you about something. This is somebody, okay, so Pisces, you might be upset by this, all right, but I'm just telling you what I see. So you see the King of Swords here, right? Then you see the Empress reversed with the Chariot reversed. And I'm like, oh, okay, this person wants to talk, right? Or they have some kind of truth that maybe they really feel deep in their bones, okay? And I'm like, well, truth about what? The Empress reversed? I feel like this Empress is you. I think that this person wants to talk to you about potential insecurities that they may be perceiving that they believe that you have, some kind of insecurities where they may feel like you either come on too strong or your insecurities push them away sometimes, or they may feel like you have low self-esteem. And so you either chase them or you try to force something into existence when they feel like it's just that's just stemming from some kind of self-worth or self-esteem issue. I think with that King of Swords, I think this is somebody who wants to be fair or wants to really talk it out. It's like they're trying to look at things from a more logical perspective as opposed to this overly emotional whim that they might be on. It just feels like they're trying to be fair and they're trying to be just in regards to how they feel or how they want to communicate this. Now, does it mean that they will be? I don't know. I mean, it's like they feel like they may feel like they understand you or they see you to a certain extent, but nonetheless, they do feel like something may be forced, or they could feel like sometimes you're a little out of control, whether that's true or not. Okay. I'm sure plenty of my exes or people I've been with thought I was out of control when it was really just my responses to them. So, and maybe you are out of control. Shit, I don't know. I don't know your story, but that's kind of how they're feeling. So it does seem like they're trying to take a more mature approach, or a more logical approach. Um, so it seems like they're wanting to communicate that with you. How they see you is the Wheel of Fortune reversed, Ace of Cups reversed, Jesus Christ, and the Three of Pentacles reversed. Some of you may work with this person. To me, this person looks at you like you're somebody who is constantly trying to force things, or trying to control things, and once again they feel like that's due to some kind of self-worth or self-value issue, where they feel like maybe you're emotionally drained, or maybe you've been through some trials and tribulations in your life, right, that have kind of made you have this perspective of yourself, whatever, and they could feel like that's part of the reason why it makes it harder to bond with you, or they feel like you guys are having a really hard time working on a team, so to speak, or understanding one another because of your desire to want to control the situation or force the situation in some way, shape, or form. Tell me about that Wheel of Fortune reverse. This may be somebody who feels like you went through something really rough in childhood, and you may still be holding on to that, and that's why you are the way that you are, right? Or whatever. Or this is somebody who may also feel like there's something that you're kind of harboring. So it can be like negative thoughts or negative experiences where it makes you feel like you need to control some kind of outcome because you feel so out of control in your emotions, or because of the things that have happened to you, right? Sometimes life can be a roller coaster. Um, like for me, I have really bad abandonment issues. So I used to get massive anxiety when I felt like somebody was going to leave me. It was really bad. And so I would try to do everything I could to make sure that person didn't leave, right? I'm not as much like that anymore, but thank God. But it was there for a reason. I was like that for a reason. So whether this is truly your story or not, it is just their perspective and their feelings, whether that's valid for you or otherwise. Aw, okay. The King of Wands reversed with the Knight of Pentacles reversed and the Queen of Cups in the upright. Okay. I do believe that there's mutual feelings here. But it seems like a lot of court cards. I'm not going to focus on third party situations if I don't see like a Three of Cups reversed or a Lover's reversed. So I'm just going to count that as you. They seem to be not so confident in themselves putting effort towards the connection or the relationship. And I feel like it's because they look at you like somebody they probably have a lot of emotions for, and in turn, you also have emotions for them. I do believe that the emotions are mutual. But I think that all of this other stuff may be creating some form of hesitation inside of them, or um, they may not be ready to be fully vulnerable as well, with that King of Wands reversed, the King of Swords, the Knight of Pentacles reversed. It feels like there's a bit of a wall of some sort. Um, Although there are honest to God emotions there. Let's see what your feelings are. The Ten of Wands, the Three of Swords reversed, and the Ace of Wands reversed. I feel like you're a little tired, is what it feels like with that Ten of Wands and that Three of Swords reversed, Ace of Wands reversed. You could be having a hard time either finding attraction or feeling energized or motivated to make it work with this person because you may feel like you are carrying the brunt of the emotional labor, or you could feel like you're, carrying your weight and theirs in some way, whether that's financially, mentally, emotionally, whatever it is. And you're having a hard time like healing yourself, is what it could feel like because of how much you already feel as though you need to carry. So there's a level of responsibility that you may feel towards this person in some capacity. Your advice is expect powerful change and sextile. Well, I think with a sextile energy, this is the same energy as Venus, and sextile is an aspect where it's like, okay, yes, the door can open, but you'll have to walk through it, or the door is there, but you must open it, right? So it's an opportunity that sometimes must be created. And so this is telling you if you want change, you have to make different decisions in your life, and it can lead to a really positive outcome. But you may be second guessing a potential decision that you want to make because it's different. You may be a little apprehensive to change because this is just comfortable chaos, or maybe this is just what you know, or this is how you've always done things. But I really think that if you choose to decide differently, you really can call in uh, change in your life if you want it. So that is what I have for you, Pisces. Thank you guys so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you guys want to book a super chat question to get your cards read during this live, then you can head on over to hypsee.com/Violetta Alexis and you can book with me there. If you book before 7 p.m. EST, then you can get 15% off your super chat. Thanks a lot, Pisces. Have a good one. What's up, Mike? What's up, Osiris? I don't know how to say it. All right, let's go ahead and move on to Aquarius. All right, what's going on, Aquarius? I hope you guys are doing well. Let's go ahead and take a look at your person. And their feelings is the Hermit. We got Virgo energy. How they see you is the Page of Swords. The Strength reversed for their actions. Okay, let's see the feelings. Eh. So interesting. Okay. I kind of like it. The Hermit, the Emperor reversed, and the Two of Pentacles reversed. This person feels like there's something that they're learning about themselves because of your influence. So, something that you've said to them, or maybe how you've made them feel, has created some level of humility within them to potentially change, or at the very least, become more self aware. And this can be around their own masculinity. This looks like a masculine to me with the Emperor reversed. This can be around their own level of masculinity, or maybe where they felt emasculated, or the decisions that they've made in an attempt to try to control you or even control their own emotions. They're realizing that they probably can't uphold that anymore, or they can't really continue to wear that mask or assert themselves in that way. So to me, this is more of a humbling effect that's happening with this person, or there's something that is changing in the way that they exercise their level of authority in relationships or with you, or just within their own masculinity. So this may feel confusing to them, but it feels like you've maybe, I mean, I don't mean to sound corny, but you may have awakened something in them or made them realize something, maybe even before they felt they were ready to see it. Like I really believe that people come into your life as a mirror to force you to look at yourself and to grow, but you have to be open to that growth in order for it to actually take place. So this to me feels like that. The Page of Swords for how they see you, the World reversed, the Tower reversed. They feel like you're spying on them, or you're watching them, or you're asking about them, or you're worried about them, or you're focused on them. And they feel like it's because there's some kind of unfinished business between the two of you, and they feel like you haven't let go of them, or you don't want to lose them in some way. And I don't really think that they necessarily want to lose you either. It feels like this is somebody who sees you as a person who's quite curious or informative, and maybe they feel like there's something more that you're trying to learn about them from a past situation. So like it almost feels, it's like it's as if they see you as studying them in some kind of way, or as if you're very observant, or maybe you're like waiting to hear from them or something like that. What's that world reversed, please? The Queen of Swords. They feel like there was a conversation that never quite finished, or it didn't get to the place it was supposed to. Like, I don't know if there was a conversation that happened and like it pressured this person to grow in some way, and then they didn't like that, and so they like ran away from the conversation, or they tried to shut it down or something like that. But it's as if they feel like you're trying to figure out how to open up that line of communication again, or rehash that conversation. Their actions towards you I don't know, that's a little shady. Okay. The Strength reversed, the Seven of Swords, and the Seven of Cups. What's that Seven of Swords? Ten of Swords reversed. So I'm going to be honest with you. For some of you, this is someone who is going through a bit of, I don't know if I want to call it an ego death, but they're on the precipice of one, and it feels like they're trying to avoid it, or it feels like they're trying to evolve. Sorry, crosswatcher. Feels like they're trying to avoid evolution, and so they're kind of like living in this fantasy land about who they are, or about who they're going to be, or what who they were, or something like that. And so they're kind of avoiding reality, and instead of evolving, or uh letting go of maybe some kind of past betrayal, or maybe even owning up to something, they're deciding to kind of delude themselves, to be honest with you. Your feelings. Eight of Wands reversed, the Two of Wands, and the Page of Cups. Well, I think that you admire them, or you adore them. It's really interesting that you're showing up as a page twice in their eyes and in your own feelings. And so I wonder, for some of you, if you're younger than this person, or maybe you just have a more innocent outlook on things at times, or maybe you're a bit more childlike or something like that. But regardless, I do feel like you admire this person. But you could feel like the communication is stale or there's blocked communication, and maybe it's that you do want to offer something because there's this admiration or this love, but you're not really sure how to go about it or if you should go about it at all. Your advice is meditate and contemplate, and then house 7. So I feel like this is more so asking you, like, what do you want in a relationship? And what do you not want in a relationship? And how have you conducted yourself up to this point that has not got you what you wanted? Mm. So, for instance, if you want somebody who respects you, how have you allowed yourself unconsciously or consciously to be disrespected? And how long did you allow that to go on? So I feel like this is more so, trying to lead you in a direction of fluidity, and having this new idea of what kind of relationship you truly want and how you can act accordingly or grow accordingly in order to get the kind of relationship that you want. So that's what I have for you, Aquarius. Thank you guys so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you guys want to book a super chat question to get your cards read during this live, then you can go ahead and visit hypsee.com/Violetta Alexis. You can also find that link, which is the pinned comment in the chat box. All right, Dee. Let's go ahead and move on to Capricorn. What's going on, Capricorn? I hope you guys are doing really, really well. Let me turn this volume down a little because I feel like I'm blowing y'all's ears out. Okay. Welcome. Let's go ahead and take a look at how your person is feeling for you. And their feelings is the High Priestess. Okay. How they okay. How they see you is the Page of Wands reversed, and their actions towards you is the Star. Okay. Well, let's see. The High Priestess, the Three of Wands, and the Queen of Pentacles reversed. Mm. What's that High Priestess about? The Six of Wands reversed. I heard I know better. Reverse this if you need to. This looks like a feminine to me. Okay, so if you're feminine, this may be reversed. This is somebody who seems to be quite intuitive. They're really feeling themselves, with that High Priestess energy, and somebody who's very sexy, very intuitive. This person could be into tarot or the occult or something like that. That can be the High Priestess. But for others of you, this is just somebody who really feels like they know what to do and what not to do when it comes to you. Like there's something that they're understanding when it comes to themselves or when it comes to you specifically. Their intuition is telling them this, which is the Six of Wands reverse. Their intuition is telling them not to give you attention. Oh no, are they? How did they get on? Sorry, guys. Hold on. Give me 1 second, please. Sorry, hold on. I'm so sorry, Capricorn. 1 sec, babe. No, they're not. No, they're not. Okay, so anyway, so this to me, it looks like this is somebody who their intuition is telling them not to give this attention, maybe right now. This person may also feel like their intuition is telling them that you have a bit of an ego, or you may have some kind of level of like self entitlement for some reason. But to me, it makes me feel like their intuition is just telling them not to nurture this Queen of Pentacles reverse, not to chase this, not to run after this, not to. It seems like they're more so in waiting mode and keeping to themselves with that High Priestess reverse. Why is their intuition telling them not to give this attention? The Queen of Wands reverse, because either A, they feel like you have another person around you that you're interested in, or that there's something about this that's going to make them angry or increase some kind of jealousy, or maybe they feel like you're jealous or you're playing games, or something like that. But the Six of Wands reverse and the Queen of Wands reverse is very much like a almost like a petulant child throwing a tantrum kind of thing. And I'm not saying that that's what you're doing, but for some reason they feel like it is just not a good idea to try to nurture this or any of that. How they view you is the Page of Wands reversed, the Temperance reversed, Sagittarius, Pisces, Virgo, Gemini. Wow. Ooh. Well, there's, the magician can be good, right? But it depends also on the surrounding cards. I do believe, okay, so if we're looking at the positive, I do believe that this is somebody who feels like you are very capable. You're very mentally stimulating. Maybe you guys have great conversations, or this person may feel as though you're very talented. You have a lot of gifts, skills, abilities, things of that nature. But at the same time, they may feel that you, what is the right word? Overestimate your powers. This is somebody who feels like you have the power to do good, but you may be somebody that they feel, okay, I'm not saying it's your truth, but it's theirs, may feel like your level of immaturity makes you incapable of wielding your power in a harmonious, balanced, and reciprocal manner. Like, this person feels like you get on your high horse, or you don't know how to create a true, honest connection. So instead, you have to make things up, or you have to try to get a reaction out of them, or and it feels like that's what they think, like that they think that you're trying to manipulate some kind of reaction from them. Like it's very like they look at it like it's very disingenuous, and I think that that's where this came from. The star for their actions towards you, the Knight of Wands reversed, the Seven of Wands. I feel like in their eyes, you're the Knight of Wands reversed, if I'm being honest. That's what my intuition is telling me. But I could be wrong. Okay. I only say that because of that Six of Wands reverse. I don't know. It feels like this is somebody who is creating quite the boundary with you. They may be standing up for themselves, especially if they feel as though you have been inconsistent or immature or a player, or just trying to get their attention in ways that are, I hate to use this spiritual word, but like low vibrational, right? And maybe you're posting pictures on Instagram in your boxers or something like that, or you're, in your underwear or whatever, right? And they're like, okay, yeah, something like that, right? So whatever it is. And so I think that they're trying to share something. Tell me about that star. It seems like they are sharing something with you, but it's almost to be able to give you the opportunity to plant the seed. Because they seem to be attempting to heal something, or there's some level of faith involved, but it feels like it's just the energy that they're holding, and there's an expectation or an encouragement of you to plant the seed yourself and to actually put in the work. But they have their boundaries up, like they're standing up for themselves. Your feelings for this person, the Four of Swords, the Lovers, and the Four of Cups. You may feel a very strong, intimate mental and emotional connection with them, but you may still be kind of healing or feel like you need to keep to yourself for some reason. Four of Swords, Four of Cups, 4 plus 4 equals 8. 8 is the number of Saturn. So it's making me feel like this has been very difficult for you, or there have been some delays or setbacks, or something that has kind of forced you to mature in some way, or learn lessons that maybe you felt like you weren't necessarily ready to learn. But nonetheless, you feel a strong connection with them. I mean, the lovers is a it's not a common connection. But that Four of Cups tells me that, what is that Four of Cups telling me actually before I Death reversed? You haven't let go of them, but you may feel rejected. And so that's why you're essentially disappointed or kind of keeping to yourself. A new start is coming. Okay. And then you have air. So with these two oracle cards, a new start is coming, and the air card, this can be telling you that yes, a new start is coming, but you're going to need to keep an open mind. You're going to need to be more communicative, or maybe you're going to need to be a little bit more objective, or something like that. What's the new start? The Eight of Cups. The Eight of Cups leads to the Nine of Cups. So you may be walking away from this potentially and walking into something that's more individually, um like a wish fulfillment. Okay, because if a new start is coming and the new start is the Eight of Cups, that means you're kind of going at it alone a little bit. And it's kind of funny because this is Saturn in Pisces. Saturn does retrograde back into Pisces on July 13th, I believe, and I think it stays there till, don't quote me on this, November 8th. So maybe think about where you have Pisces in your chart, and that it can be indicative of what you are walking away from, or potentially maybe even what you're getting ready to walk into. And so if the Eight of Cups is here, it means that eventually, or what it's trying to do is it's taking you to the Nine of Cups. Okay. And the Nine of Cups is about individual happiness. Okay. It's not about codependency. It's not even necessarily about another person. It's about you on an individual level, because nines are about individuality. Now, the Eight of Cups being here can be kind of a lonely story, or a lonely walk of the green mile, right? But nonetheless, it's supposed to teach you something. It's supposed to teach you emotional intelligence. Not saying that you don't have it, but it's supposed to teach you emotional intelligence and emotional boundaries, and will lead you in the right direction. So that is what I have for you, Capricorn. Thank you so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you guys want to book a super chat question to get your cards read during this live, then you can go ahead and visit me at hypsee.com/Violetta Alexis. Welcome, Shannon. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Oops. A terrorist. Maggie, I hope you guys are doing well. I know that you guys are probably feeling quite good now that Jupiter, your ruling planet, is in its exaltation sign of Cancer. So let's go ahead and take a look at your person. Their feelings for you is the Two of Swords. Not my favorite, but we'll see. Hangman reverse for how they view you. We have Pisces energy here. Justice reverse for their actions. Okay, well, I'm going to try to remain optimistic. Let's see. The Nine of Wands reversed and the Devil reversed. It's the Devil. The Sun reversed. Well, I don't want to say that they're avoiding something. It feels like they feel like they've been fighting a very long battle, potentially with you. Okay, they feel like something is a long time coming, or they may be trying to avoid giving up, or there may even be some kind of truce that they're desiring with you. Like if this is somebody who's maybe put up a fight with you for a long time, maybe they're just like throwing in the towel. Two of Swords is like a, kind of like a peace treaty, right? Nine of Wands reverse is just kind of giving up, and the Devil reverse is like, well, you know what? This shit is toxic. Like either they may feel like they're toxic. Now, the way that I read somebody's feelings is it's about them. So I'm not reading the Devil as you, or they think you're toxic. Their feelings are about themselves in a way. Okay. The way that they view you. Now that's when it's about you. Okay. So I hope that that makes sense. So it makes me feel like there's something that they're realizing potentially. Maybe this is somebody who can be a little bit of a, very pessimistic potentially, or maybe they have a lot of pride or ego issues, or they always are walking around with a dark cloud hanging over their head, or maybe they're always in some kind of mood. I don't know, right? Whatever the thing is, there's a realization that something is not working, or that something has been holding them back for a long time, or keeping them in stuck mode, whether it is an addiction in order to feed their ego, right? I don't know, maybe they're a porn addict or something, and it makes them feel like they're actually, doing it with these people, and that gives them some level of false sense of confidence. I don't know, right? Whatever it is. But it doesn't have to be that. It can be a lot of different things. The Devil reversed it can be a lot of different things. It can be like where we realized where we may have disempowered ourselves or given our power away, whether that's through addictions or whether that's through losing our cool, right? So I feel like there's an understanding of something. And probably my favorite card on the table right now is the Devil reversed. The Devil reversed is good because there's an awareness of whatever that devil is indicative of. And it says it's the Sun reversed, which once again can represent anything connected to their pride, their ego, or this pessimistic attitude that they may or may not have. Okay. So the Hangman reversed is how they see you, with the Fool and the Nine of Cups reversed. It's like they look at you as though you feel like this has been stale for a long time, or you've been stuck in this for a long time, or maybe even there's a refusal. They feel like there's a refusal from you to see their side of things, or to really let go in regards to the arguments, or maybe something that they did, or they feel like maybe there's even a lack of humility on your part. Well, let's see what is the Hangman reversed. Hmm. The King of Pentacles. It's almost like they want you to show up in a certain way, and they may feel like you're not interested in that. That's maybe reversed for some of you, but this can be somebody who, maybe wants you to be more of a provider, or be more committal, or they want some kind of specific kind of relationship, and they may feel like you're not interested in that. They may feel like you're only interested in taking a leap if it's more self-serving, whether that's true or not. They may also feel like there's a level of codependency here, but they do feel like you're a bit like picky, or stuck in your ways, or you're only going to lean in on one perspective, and the relationship has to be like this because of da 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 da. Whether that's true or not, that's how they see you. What's that Nine of Cups reversed? The Five of Swords. Well, um, they do feel like you play mind games in order to like, for selfish reasons. Okay. The Justice reversed for their actions towards you, with the Three of Cups, the Four of Wands. Oh. What's that justice reversed? I'm clarifying a lot here. Aces. I feel like they're going to be honest with you about a decision that they have or that they have not made, or they know the truth about something, but they may not be telling you. What I do see is a three of wands and a four, excuse me, a three of cups and a four of wands, which tells me that you may go out with this person, you may meet them when they're out. It seems like they're being very friendly towards you, outgoing. You guys are having a good time, etc. But that justice reversed. It's like they don't have peace of mind. That's what it feels like. Like they don't have peace of mind with that justice reverse and that ace of swords, but they're just like distracting themselves, just trying to like ignore it or whatever it may be. Sagittarius's feelings for this person, eight of swords, six of pentacles reversed, the king of cups reversed. You see, okay, so Sagittarius, you look like a masculine. Okay, so reverse it if you need to. Um, Eight of Swords is when we have created our own self-imposed prison because we're refusing to make a decision in order to get ourselves out of this situation. And it's when we can kind of get into this victim mode a little bit. Oh, well, I just don't know what to do, or I don't know what to say, and it's like, no, you really do. There is a way out. You just don't like your options that are available to you. And so that Six of Pentacles reversed with the King of Cups reversed, if I'm going to be totally honest with you, Sagittarius, it's as if you're trying to get the most out of a situation without being honest. It the King of Cups reversed, he or she um will literally say anything in order to get their sexual needs met, or maybe with that Six of Pentacles reversed there, or maybe their financial needs met, or to take advantage, Six of Pentacles reversed, and now you've kind of got yourself here, and now you're not sure how to maybe get out of it or to be honest about something. Hold your vision and water. Okay. I feel like you have a very specific idea of what you want in regards to an emotional connection with another party or with another person. And it's telling you that you can have this, but what you ask for, you must be in return. You must become that. So, if you want a healthier lifestyle, you can't just say, well, I want a healthier lifestyle and expect it to come to you. You have to start making, oh, that's what this is, sacrifices. This person feels like you are not making sacrifices. Okay, now that makes more sense. You'll have to make sacrifices. So, what sacrifices, or think about what your vision is when it comes to your emotions and what you truly want or what you want in return. And you have to ask yourself if you're willing to also give that in return. You have to be willing to make the sacrifices, right? So just kind of maybe something to think about for this week. But that's what I have for you, Sagittarius. Thank you guys so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you want to book a super chat question to get your cards read during this live, then you can go ahead and do so at hypsee.com/Violetta Alexis. Go ahead and move on to Scorpio. Hello, Scorpio. I hope you guys are doing well. Let's go ahead and take a look at your person. Their feelings for you, the Nine of Pentacles. How they see you is the Five of Cups reversed, and the Knight of Swords reversed for their actions. So let's say that Nine of Pentacles. Okay. Oh, it's healthy. If I'm going to be honest with you. So the person's feelings for you, Nine of Pentacles, the Two of Cups, and the Hierophant energy. The reason why I said that this looks healthy is because the Nine of Pentacles is somebody who doesn't necessarily need anyone, but they're open to wanting someone. They're open to being in a commitment. Because after the Nine of Pentacles, the nine is about individuality. The 10 of Pentacles can be about a relationship or a commitment, as can the Hierophant. So, this tells me that this person is an independent, somebody who is likely not codependent, somebody who can stand on their own 2 feet. This is somebody who feels like they're looking good, feeling good, smelling good. They're really feeling themselves, and they have a soft spot for you as well. So, for some of you, you can already be married to this person or be in a relationship, or this is somebody who is Nine of Pentacles open to the relationship with you. This person may actually be in love with you and feel a very strong connection. Like, and what I mean by that is potentially very protective over you. Venus and Cancer can be quite protective over those that they love. That's what the Two of Cups is Venus and Cancer. The Hierophant here is Taurian energy, and it's about our values or our religious or our spiritual whatever aligns. Okay, our fundamental values align so we can build off of something, and so that seems to be what this person is feeling. I mean, it's a really beautiful energy, honestly, probably the best I've seen so far. Let's see how they're perceiving you. The Five of Cups reversed, the Five of Wands. Five of Wands. You put those two fives together, obviously it makes 10. 10 equals a completion. So there may have been a completion between the two of you, and it could be because they feel as though you have not taken accountability in a situation, or there's a refusal from you to be honest about a situation from the past with the Judgment reversed. The Judgment reverse can sometimes talk about a person who is refusing to look at their past behaviors, or there's a refusal to be open and honest about maybe a mistake that they've made. And they can feel like maybe you want to be forgiven, or maybe you forgave them, or maybe you're open to taking what's left and actually making something of it, but they feel like it's impossible because there's a conflict that you're having that can be attached to your ego about not wanting to take accountability for a situation. So it's like interesting because on one hand, it feels like they're very committed to you, or they love you, or there's a very strong connection, maybe even like a soul kind of connection. But they're also kind of, with that Nine of Pentacles, it tells me that they're very focused on themselves as well. And so there's a strange, it's almost like balls in your court, or something like that. Like they're waiting on you to do something. What's that Judgment reversed? The Knight of Cups. They may feel like you're refusing to be emotionally vulnerable. What's the Five of Cups reversed? The Nine of Swords reversed. The damn, 555. Shit. Okay. That's rough. Um, if there was like blocked communication or an abandonment of the connection, there may have been some kind of like maybe forgiveness or, kindness or something like that. But in their eyes, it's almost like you're still kind of in limbo with them or something like that. Actions towards you, the Knight of Swords reversed, the Moon reversed, and the Page of Pentacles reversed. I don't really feel like they're putting in an effort. They don't even seem to be speaking to you, or they don't really seem to be trying. If anything, they seem to be suppressing the emotional desire to take a chance and put in an effort. Why? The 10 good enough to be able to do this, or like they have the emotional support to be able to support you, really. I don't know if they don't think it's mutual or what, but they don't seem to be really doing anything. What's Scorpio's actions towards this? I mean, feelings towards this person? Oh, God. Seven of Pentacles reversed, the Four of Swords reversed, and the Four reversed. Um, okay. You seem to have stopped, you feel like you need to stop investing. And it can be because you feel as though, something between the two of you still isn't healed. You may still be upset about something. And so you may be feeling quite apprehensive towards going towards this at all. Oh, interesting. Bring love into the situation is your advice, and Scorpio. So I feel like this is probably telling you to be vulnerable, but this is a new moon in Aquarius. So it feels like, because Aquarius, the modern day ruler of Aquarius, is Uranus, it makes me feel like, because Uranus is very different, and it's about, rebelling or breaking the status quo or going against the status quo or doing things different. I feel like the way that you bring love into the situation, if you decide to, is going to need to be different. It's going to need to be truly, well, authentic. Aquarius and Scorpio. Aquarius is usually very unique and authentic. It's quite honest, regardless of what anyone else is going to think. It's just honest, okay, and its highest vibration. Usually, Scorpio is about intimacy, and it's about vulnerability, and it's about merging with another person, and it's about depth and transmutation. And so I feel like if you approach this, or you attempt to bring love into the situation, it's going to need to be approached in a far different way than you have before. Like it almost feels like a total honesty, you know? So, for some of you, that was reversed. Nothing I can do about that. But thank you so much, Scorpio. I really appreciate it. I do hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you want to book a super chat question and get your cards read during this live, then you can go ahead and visit hipsy.com/Violetta Alexis. Thanks a lot. It's Joe. The next door neighbor is getting it on right now. I'm pretty sure my neighbors were just getting it on. What does getting a tattoo feel like? It hurts so good. Um, well, it feels like needles scraping against your skin, honestly. This one took 7 hours. I sat for the whole damn thing. Took freaking 7 hours. I would say this one hurt probably the least. This one, believe it or not, hurt more than any of them. It hurt more than this. Okay. I would do this all over again before I ever did this again. This hurt so bad. It hurts so fucking bad, dude. Honestly. Why did you delete your question about the tattoo? Now it looks like I'm talking to no one. Right. Cat scratching repeatedly in the same spot. Exactly. What's up, Barbie? I don't like this new thing. I don't like it. I don't like how everyone's names are different. I feel like there's people in here that I know, but I feel like I don't know them because I don't recognize their names. I don't like it. Alrighty. It's a glitch. It's a glitch. I don't think so. What are you guys talking about? Still meow. Okay, got it. I said that's been a YouTube thing. Okay. Okay, got it. Well, I'm gonna leave you guys to it with that, and we're gonna go ahead and move on to Libra. What's going on, Libra? How are you? Welcome. Let's go ahead and take a look at your person. Their feelings for you, Six of Pentacles. Love that. How they see you, interesting. Empress, reversed. So it's your major arcana, but it's reversed. Leo energy here, Taurus and Libra. The sun reversed for their actions. Let's see the six. Oh, this is cute. Some of you may just be friends with this person, but they may be wanting more. Okay, with that Three of Cups and that Ten of Cups. That can, regardless of what it is. This is somebody who knows your value. They feel like they understand it, and I think that they're willing to meet you there. I think this is even somebody who's willing to give to you, and I believe that they feel like their love is equally as valuable. I would say they may feel like there's an equal exchange or equal give and take. And I feel like with that Ten of Cups and the Three of Cups, not only do they feel a romantic emotional connection to you, but they also feel a friendship with you as well. So there seems to be some kind of emotional support and camaraderie. I mean, I really think that this is somebody who feels like they are either already committed to you and they want to be, or they're not and they want to be. They want to be more than what you guys are now, just because of that Ten of Cups there. I mean, I truly believe that this is somebody who cares about you a great deal and loves you a greater deal. So I don't have anything negative to say. Some of you may have a family with this person, or it can be that maybe you have a similar friend group or mutual friends as well. Just a side note. So, how they see you, interesting. The Empress reversed, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Nine of Swords. That's a really interesting combination, in my opinion. This is somebody that views you as, like a wife, or maybe somebody that is actually married to them, or somebody that is committed to them, or somebody that they could see themselves committing to if you guys are not in a relationship. But at the same time, while they feel like that is the case, and while they feel like you can provide for yourself, or they feel like you can stand on your own 2 feet, or you take really good care of yourself and you take initiative, and all of these wonderful, beautiful things, they also feel like your mind stops you from being everything that you truly are meant to be, or that you can be. Now, whether that's true or not, don't know. Okay. It's your personal story, dude. But that Nine of Swords, I feel like you have anxiety, or you're constantly in your head about things, or you're consistently second guessing your self worth or your self value, which can get you into this more like, masculine phase where you're feeling like you have to chase somebody down, or you have to force something, or, you can get, maybe you like get really anxious and you start triple texting them, or, so something like that. And so, why don't you tell me about that Nine of Swords? The Three of Pentacles. They may feel like you're consistently worried about somebody at their work, or your personal work has you worried all the time or stressed out in some way. They feel like you're stressed. Or they may also feel like you're always paranoid about a third party. But from what I can see, that's not the case or true. I don't think, because the Nine of Swords is not reality. It's just the reality you create in your head out of fear, and that's how they see it. Tell me about that Empress reversed, the Star. They feel like you have a lot of healing to do, or there's something about you where at one point you like kind of lost faith in yourself. But they believe in you. That's what I think. I mean, I don't mean to sound fucking corny, but they believe in you. They have faith in you. They don't understand why you don't have that. Or maybe they do understand it, and they just, wish it was different. It's actually kind of sweet. But let's see their actions. Okay. Not my favorite. Why? Just give me a one. Just give me one. Why? Page of Cups reversed. These are your future actions, okay? So next week, 2 weeks, okay? The Sun reversed, the Seven of Wands reversed, and the Three of Wands reversed is somebody who is starting to lose optimism in the connection, and it can be because they're feeling intimidated, or they're feeling pressured, or they're feeling backed into a corner, or they had a certain expectation for how something was going to go between the two of you, but that doesn't seem to be working, and so they are seemingly frustrated by that. Now, I asked why they're feeling this way, and I got the Page of Cups reversed. Is that Page of Cups reversed, Libra? Yes. So they either feel like you're playing the victim, or you're staying in this like victim mentality, or they may feel like you're manipulating the truth. Whether that's true or not, that's why they seem to be frustrated. How does Libra feel for this person? Ace of Pentacles reverse, a Hermit, Wheel of Fortune. Okay. I feel like sometimes you don't really know if you're willing to do the work or not, I think that sometimes you can get quite paranoid. The Hermit reverse can represent somebody who gets very paranoid, potentially around an Ace of Pentacles reverse, paranoid that you're going to lose an opportunity, paranoid that you're going to lose them, or afraid of abandonment, maybe. But that Wheel of Fortune also tells me, well, it tells me a different story. It tells me that there's something about this connection that has taught you a lot about yourself. And I feel like you may have to sometimes talk yourself off of a ledge, or you may sometimes have to just kind of allow yourself to let go and let God. You know what I mean? Like it might be one of those kinds of ordeals, but I feel like there was something quite faded. I think at the like For the Libras I'm talking to, I think at the end of the day, you really do feel like this is somebody who's brought a lot of beauty or joy into your life. Okay. Your advice, don't let your past hold you back. And then trine. Well, trine, this is Jupiter, that wheel of fortune, that let go and let God in your feelings. And a trine is the same energy as Jupiter. Okay. And that's the greater benefic in astrology. So Jupiter brings a lot of blessings and it brings lessons too, but it brings blessings. And usually a trine is a pretty harmonious aspect in astrology. And so I feel like there is something holding you back. Maybe it's this person. Maybe it's something just from your past in general that keeps you in this fucking loop, right? And that's what our South Node can do sometimes. Now, our South Node can also, while it can act against us, it can also act in our favor. So, our South is sometimes it is the talents that we brought into this life, right? So maybe if you have the South Node in Gemini, you got a great mouthpiece, you're a good talker, maybe you had a drama show in your past life, or maybe you were a writer, or you're just naturally very talented at writing, right? Or whatever. So it's telling you, don't allow whatever your past was to hold you back. Use it to your advantage. And I feel like with that trine, just try to go with the flow of things as opposed to allowing your anxiety to hold you. Like sometimes when my mind gets to that place, I have to like stop myself. I know it sounds crazy, but I have to stop myself and I have to say, what's happening right moment and what evidence do I have of this thing, right? So sometimes I have to do that. I have to snap myself back to reality, right? Bad things happen to us, we get PTSD or CPTSD or whatever it's called, or anxiety or depression or whatever, right? And so it just happens, but just try to let go. Easier said than done, right? So that's what I have for you, Libra. Thank you so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you'd like to book a super chat question and get your cards read during this live, then you can do so at hypsy.com/Violetta Alexis. Thanks a lot. Moving on to Virgo. What's going on, Virgo? I hope you guys are doing well. Let's go ahead and take a look at your person. They're feeling for you the Four of Pentacles. How they see you is the Nine of Wands reversed, the Knight of Pentacles for their future actions. So we have Virgo here, we have Sun and Capricorn. Let's see that Four of Pentacles. The Eight of Wands and the Four of Wands. Two fours. I think Capricorn had this. Was it Capricorn? Four of Pentacles, the Eight of Wands, and the Four of Wands. I feel like this person definitely has something to say. For some of you, this person could be at a distance with that Eight of Wands energy there. They have something to say to you, and I feel like it's good for the most part with that Four of Wands. But with that Four of Pentacles, they seem to be holding back and also kind of holding on. They seem to be holding back on some kind of communication or travel. What's that Eight of Wands? the Queen of Swords reversed. They may be holding back because they're afraid of what you're going to say. So the Queen of Swords reversed is just a little bit of a monster. You know, she's a little crazy. She gets fucking pissed, right? And she can say some things that she doesn't mean, that she does mean, you know, Judge Judy on crack, basically. And so this person may have something to say to you, but they may be holding back because of a fear of what you may say. There's some kind of reserve because they're afraid that if they say a certain thing, or they're afraid if they reach out or see you or whatever it is, or they do anything that's going to initiate something, they're afraid that that initiation or that conversation is what's going to cause the loss or the breakup or the blocked communication or whatever it may be. So it feels like they're pretty apprehensive. They're being quite cautious in their communication. Even if this person does talk to you, they seem to be holding something back. What are they holding back? Love, Ace of Cups. They may want to offer you like some genuine, honest to God love, but they may be holding back out of fear. Oh, wow. So how they view you, we have Libra here. They view you as the Nine of Wands reversed, the Justice, and the Ten of Pentacles. For some of you, you're married or you're in a relationship with this person. For others of you, you are in a different relationship, okay? And that may be why this person is apprehensive. For others of you, this person may feel like you're essentially doing what's right for you. You know, maybe they feel like you've given up on this with that Nine of Wands reversed. This may have been something that you've been fighting for a very long time, and maybe they just feel like you're kind of done, like you're just kind of over it. You're just giving up. You're over it in some way. And with that justice there, I'm wondering if you're not in a relationship with this person, for some of you, you may end up in a relationship with them, to be honest. Or for others of you, they look at you like somebody worth committing to, or somebody who is just and who tries to do the right thing, somebody who they feel like could be in their future, you know, like very future focused. Like they see, it's almost like they see you in their game plan or something like that. This is a pretty straightforward reading. I'm sorry if it sounds so fucking boring. Okay. So their actions towards you. What's that Lover's reverse? The World reverse. So they're moving cautiously. The Knight of Pentacles really takes his or her time. Okay. The Knight of Pentacles is slow as fuck. And it can be because they're wanting to do something right and not mess it up. So there's something that this person may be wanting to talk about, something that's unavoidable, something that they need to decide upon when it comes to the Lover's reverse. So maybe there is another relationship involved and there needs to be some conversation about that, or maybe there's a decision that needs to be made on whether or not you guys can actually make this work. The Lover's reverse likes to show up when there's been a miscommunication or it's unrequited, which I don't see this being based on what I'm seeing. I mean, maybe it's unrequited from your side. I'm not really sure, but I don't see that. The Lover's reverse, though, can show up when two people have tried to enter a relationship based on a shaky foundation. So this is where we're like, yeah, I don't know if what we have is really stable. I don't know if it's something that I can really dedicate my time or my energy to because there's a difference in morals, values, religious or spiritual beliefs, etc. Or there may be a different idea of what commitment means to the both of you. But it seems like they're wanting to readdress that with that Two of Swords reversed. And it's something that you guys have decided upon before or something that has been discussed before. What are Virgo's feelings for this person? The Queen of Wands, the King of Pentacles reversed, and the Ace of Wands. If you are a feminine energy, you're very confident in yourself. You feel like you're the leader in the connection or you're the leader in the relationship. You feel pretty damn sexy about yourself with that Queen of Wands, and that Ace of Wands tells me that there may be a very strong sexual attraction to this person. But if this person is the masculine and you're the feminine, that King of Pentacles reverse tells me that you may feel like there are ulterior motives, or you may feel like this person really isn't committal, or you can feel like they're attempting to use you in some way or take something from you. They're not really providing anything, they're just looking to take. If you are the masculine, then I would say that you are looking to take, okay? If this is your feelings that you are looking to take, and you may be very sexually attracted to this person, but when it comes to really showing up and being the, structuring it in a way that is healthy for the both of you, I'm not really seeing that. This person's intentions. The Knight of Cups. Okay, so that's good. So whoever this person is, it seems like their intent is to take action and to offer love. I think that's what they really want. And it seems genuine. Sorry. So you have your card, New Moon in Virgo, a time to give rather than take, and mutable. What? The Tower. Okay, Virgo. You guys to shoot me. Okay. Don't want a bunch of angry Virgos in the chat, but nonetheless, if it's telling you that what you're needing to give is the tower is about letting old structures die, or, letting something that was built on a shaky foundation, letting it go, it almost feels like giving somebody the benefit of the doubt. Like, something didn't work before, or the way that we built this didn't really work before. So now maybe, it's time to, maybe the best thing that you can give this person is your absence. Okay, for some of you. For others of you, maybe the best thing that you can give this person is the benefit of the doubt, and see if they're willing to rebuild this tower with you. And the mutable energy here is asking you to kind of surrender and let go and welcome some kind of change within yourself, them, or otherwise. So that's what I have for you, Virgo. Thank you so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you guys want to book a super chat question to get your cards read during this live, then you can do so at hypsy.com/Violetta Alexis. Thanks a lot. Well, you're welcome, Infinite. I love that you're painting. What's up, underdog? All right. Let's do what am I doing? Leo. Okay. I know all I can think about is that chicken salad in my fridge. I've been trying to eat better lately. I need to stop with all the sugar. That's what's making me fucking break out. It's so gross. Okay. What's up, Daniel? Need a massage. Theo, let's go ahead and see. Mercury is going retrograde in your sign in July. I think we're already in the shadow. Hate that. 0 out of 10. trying to think. I'm not a big fan of Mercury retrograde. I mean, it's not like the worst. I think Venus retrograde, Mars retrograde. Let's try that again. Okay. Venus retrograde and Mars retrograde is probably the worst I've ever experienced. Mercury retrograde is annoying, but it's more like a fly at a barbecue than anything. All right, let's go ahead and look at your person, Leo. Their feelings for you, Eight of Cups. Wah, wah. How they see you is the Eight of Pentacles reversed. Okay. Ugh. And the Five of Pentacles for their actions. Alrighty. Well, let's see. Oh, oh my. What's that devil? Holy shit. The Nine of Cups reversed. Okay. I feel like this person's obsessed with you, to be honest. They seem pretty obsessed. I so like if this person walked away from you, they're doing it for not because they actually want to walk away, but I feel like it's a mind game. For others of you, they're thinking about what is happening. They're thinking about walking away, likely in hopes that it maybe bring you back or get you to chase them, get you mutually attached to them in some way. It feels manipulative. It feels very manipulative. It feels like a game. It feels shady. I think that there's a bit of a codependence here, or this person may have some kind of addiction or toxic behavior, toxic pattern, and it may be something that they have done before or maybe done to another person. There's like a weird soul tie here or something. There's like a dark, they're very it feels like a sexual obsession, like a sexual obsession or a very lustful kind of vibe. It's definitely not my favorite. It's not my favorite. What's that Five of Swords? The Chariot reversed. This person may be somebody who prefers to be in control. And so when they feel like they're not in control, or when they feel like they don't have control over you or their circumstances or I don't know, the people around them or whatever, they may um, give themselves over to underhanded tactics in order to regain some form of control or some form of possession. Clutching my pearls, honey. So for how this person perceives you, we have the Eight of Pentacles reversed, the High Priestess, and the Ten of Swords reversed. They feel like you've gone quiet or you've gone cold or you've gone silent. You stopped putting in an effort, or maybe they feel like you were very critical of them, or you were very picky, or you picked at them a lot, or whatever. And so now they see like maybe you've been putting in an effort before, but they don't really feel like you're doing that anymore. It looks like they're seeing you as somebody who is listening to your gut instincts to not put in effort or to not um – revisit this. And so This person may also know that you watch tarot. Okay. The high priestess can be like the occult or tarot or something like that. But the high priestess is a very desirable woman. She's usually the desirable woman. Okay. Or man. Okay. Whatever, but she's usually the desirable woman. She has sacred knowledge. Men and women are attracted to her, you know. So part of the reason why she's one of my favorites, amongst other reasons, but I love her. But the high priestess is a very sexy, very, you know, she's very intelligent, very intuitive. Like that's how they see you, but they don't really, they feel like you're being like fucking quiet. You know what I mean? Like even if you're in the same room with them, they feel like there are things that, tell me about the high priestess. The strength, yeah, like you're holding back, like you got one in the chamber. You know what I mean? It's one of those kinds of things. Let's see their actions towards you. Holy shit. What are they saying to Leo? The two of wands. Okay. So if I were you, I would hold out. Okay, Leo. Now, I don't want to give you my own advice. You know what's best for you. But like the way that I'm seeing the situation with the way that they're feeling like, okay, well, maybe if I fake like I'm going to leave or I stop talking to them, then that's going to pull them back or something like that. But it seems like there's this energy where they are like walking out on you or they're not responding or they're just kind of like letting go or whatever. But that King of Swords tells me that they may kind of bend a little. So where they may decide to humble themselves, you know, the Hangman can be somewhat humbling. It's where we're willing to see or have more compassion for another, or we're willing to see another side. We're willing to see perspective on something. And I'm like, well, what are they communicating to Leo? And then I have the Two of Wands, which tells me that they're talking to you about a decision that they're attempting to make. Give me one more for that. The Moon, that they're afraid to make. They seem to be trying to lead with logic, but there's a lot of emotion behind whatever this decision is that they're making or the decision to communicate with you. But they may kind of go out on a limb and be honest with you about their fears. Your feelings for this person is the Page of Pentacles, the Six of Wands, and the Ten of Wands reversed. I feel like you are willing to put in the effort to a point. Like the Page of Pentacles is double earth, you know, it's a pretty, but I don't feel like you're willing to um I don't feel like you're willing to go out on a limb or overextend yourself or overdo it in some way. You're willing to give this some attention. You're willing to, you know, put an effort towards some kind of level of success, but I don't think that you're going to, you know, fall all over yourself in order to make something happen. Take time to breathe out. You're going to need it. And then we have the North Node. Okay. Try not to allow this to penetrate your energy too much or to affect you negatively too much. I think that you need to very much focus on either whatever your natal north node is right now or wherever the north node is transiting in your chart right now. The north node is currently in Pisces. I believe it's at 22 degrees Pisces. So maybe wherever you have that at is where you need to focus, or maybe wherever your natal north. Tell me what the fuck that north node means. The judgment reversed. Judgment reverse is making me feel like you don't need to revisit this right now and you need to focus on what you need to focus on. You know what you need to focus on. I don't have to tell you, but I don't think that you need to be revisiting this right now. Okay. But do whatever you feel is best for you. So that is what I have for you, Leo. Thank you so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you would like to book a super chat question and get your cards read during this live, then you can go ahead and do so at hypsee.com/Violetta. What's up, Mojo? Thanks, Barbie. All right. Let's see. I kind of want to make some tea. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting really hungry. I'm always hungry. Okay, let's see. Cancer. What's going on, Cancer? I hope you guys are doing well. Let's go ahead and take a look at your person. Their feelings for you, the Five of Cups reversed. How they see you is the Queen of Cups reversed. Okay. And their future actions is the Hierophant reversed. All right. Well, the Five of Cups reversed is good. Let's see that Five of Cups reversed. Seven of Swords. Okay. Well, the Four of. All right. Well, I'm wondering with that Five of Cups reversed if they're just trying to either forgive and forget, or if they're trying to be forgiven, or if they're feeling like they need to get over this, because they're trying to avoid rejection, or they're trying to avoid more disappointment. Tell me about that Four of Cups, the Two of Cups reversed. Yeah, I feel like they're trying to avoid being misunderstood, or they're trying to avoid being rejected or having some kind of disconnect between the two of you. Although there may be a connection there, it seems like they're, what's that, Seven of Swords? Three of Swords reversed. They're trying to avoid more heartache, or they're trying to avoid, it feels like they're trying to avoid humiliation, is what that looks like to me. Tell me about that Five of Cups reversed. The Six of Swords. Yeah, I feel like they're trying to move on, is what it looks like to me. Like they're trying to move on, they're trying to forgive and forget, they're trying to avoid, being humiliated or being rejected in some kind of way, or another disconnect, or it seems like there's a, kind of, it doesn't feel like they're doing it with malice necessarily, but that Four of Cups can also be that energy of you know, nobody is you, right? Or because the Four of Cups is when we maybe are being offered other things, but we're very stuck on it has to be this one thing. And so they may be, if there's been some kind of disconnect or separation, they may feel like no one compares to you in some way, or something like that. But it just feels like they're trying to avoid being humiliated or something like that. So I'm gonna stop saying something like that. Something like that. Something like that. That Queen of Cups reversed for how they see you. So that is Cancer energy. The Page of Wands, the Knight of Swords. What an interesting combination. Why the Queen of Cups reversed? The Seven of Cups. They definitely see you as somebody who doesn't trust them. Um, they may feel like, you don't trust them because of other options potentially, or they may even feel like you don't always see things clearly, or you don't trust this because you just feel like maybe you've been wearing rose-colored glasses. I do see they do see some kind of communication coming from you potentially with that Page of Wands and that Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords is usually the guy or the girl with some fucking questions. But it's interesting because now this could be a response to them. Okay, I have to see what their actions are, but they're viewing you as whatever communication that they are getting from you. They feel like while it may be like looking innocent, or you may just be trying to keep it light, they feel like there's an undercurrent of suspicion. Like you're asking questions. Oh, cool. So what did you do last weekend? But it's not like an innocent, what'd you do last weekend? They may feel like there's an undertone of like, what did you do last weekend? Right. Whatever. So It seems like you're being very, in their eyes, you're being very, what's the word? Intrusive? I don't know if intrusive would be the right word, but something along those lines. Their future actions, the Hierophant reversed, Taurus energy, Six of Cups reversed, the Magician reversed, Virgo, Gemini. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Well, it's very much like their way or the highway is kind of the vibe that I'm getting, Cancer. It seems like they're being quite stubborn. They're kind of standing on their soapbox a little bit, right? That can be the Hierophant reversed. And it can be coming from a scorned place. Six of Cups reversed is, like shadow energy of Scorpio. Okay. And if you know anything about the fixed signs, they fucking hold on to shit. Okay. So it can be that this is somebody who is kind of holding a grudge a little bit. And so they may be doubting a lot about themselves. So they may be projecting it, or they may be attempting to manipulate the situation by trying to, you know, like whatever past situation you had, they may try to manipulate the truth about it or try to fool you or something like that because they're very stubborn and stuck in their ways, and they feel like it needs to be this one way or something like that. Like it needs to be based on whatever their narrative is about the relationship or about the dynamic connection, whatever. Your feelings, Seven of Pentacles, the King of Cups reversed, the Page of Swords reversed. I think it almost reminds me of that emoji where like it's just like the girl who's just like standing there with her arms at her sides. She's just like staring at you and she's not, it's just like that's kind of what you feel like. And I think it's because you may feel like this person has either talked shit about you, or there may have been some gossip, rumors, drama, or you may feel as though this is somebody who just lies in order to get their needs met. So you're just kind of like, eh, like you can just kind of feel like the energy that you put into this, or the investment that you made, you haven't really got a return on it, and so you're just kind of like, you're you're that emoji, you know. Your advice: emotions are running high. Uh-oh. And house five. So emotions are running high, and house five is kind of interesting. So if there's like, there may be some intense emotions that come about. It can be maybe while Venus is conjunct Uranus, right? We can definitely see some, emotional disrupts or some relationship upheavals. And so this may be telling you to just try to keep it light, focus on the things that bring you joy and that make you happy. Try to keep this lighthearted, that house five can be about entrepreneurship or self-expression or creativity or your children or whatever. So maybe telling you to focus on those things. It can also be about dating, right? And uh, it may be telling you to, because emotions may be running high in some way, you may be the one that needs to kind of like, just kind of like, yeah, slugger, right? Or like, try to make it more lighthearted, if that makes sense, if you get the opportunity. So, Cancer, that is what I have for you. Thank you so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you want to book a super chat question to get your cards read during the live, then you can do so at hypsy.com/Violetta Alexis. Thanks a lot. Good night, Vanessa. Have a good one. Thanks, Ascending Fate. What's up, Bryant? All right. Cool. Now let's do Gemini. But first, I think I have to pee. So, yeah, you guys are going to see me walk off in my little favorite flannel pajama pants. Thank you. You bitches almost got me. I had my freaking AirPods. I feel like that chair is staring at me. What the fuck? Aw, what's up, Dark Matter? Hi. Thanks, Nathaniel. What's going on? All right. Yes. Geminis, I hope you're ready, baby. Hope you're ready for Uranus in your sign. I know I wasn't. I was not ready. I was not ready for that Uranus and Taurus. Jesus. Anyway, let's do this. What's going on, Gemini? I hope you guys are doing well. Let's go ahead and take a look at your person. Okay. The Eight of Swords in their feelings for you. The Knight of Wands for how they see you. The Nine of Pentacles reversed for their actions. The Eight of Swords is clarified by the Death reversed and the King of Wands. There's a very strong sexual attraction here. I mean, there's no doubt about it, but this person isn't really sure what to do about this. I feel like this is definitely a past connection with that death in reverse. And they may feel like there are certain changes that they're needing to make about themselves for the connection or in order for the connection to flourish in some kind of way. And while there's attraction, that's obviously not all there is, right? What's going on? Sorry, this hair is driving me freaking crazy. I want to see what that Eight of Swords is. The Five of Wands. They're still stuck on a conflict you guys have had. I feel like their ego got in the way a little bit. Although I will say I do think that this person has a pretty healthy sense of confidence, but I think that there's something that keeps replaying in their head and they're having a hard time letting go of it because of the outcome of it or the lack of outcome, or if something is just sitting there in limbo and they're not really sure how to resolve the conflict or to have some level of peace with you. And they feel like in order to maybe have that level of peace or in order to make that decision, they would either have to maybe end something or end this with you, or there would have to be a change that they would have to make within themselves in order for that to occur, in order for that change within the dynamic to happen. I do feel like this person, for the most part, is pretty confident. They're willing to take action. They're willing to take the lead, even, dare I say. If this is a past connection, they certainly haven't let go of you in any capacity. What's that death reversed? The temperance reversed. If there's been an ending that you guys have had or a separation, they're not happy with how it ended or they're not happy with where it is right now. How they see you is the Knight of Wands, the Two of Pentacles, and the Emperor reversed. How interesting. For some of you, very few of you, okay, this may be a same sex relationship. For others of you, this is somebody who feels like you're kind of a either happy-go-lucky or, you're kind of funny. You try to keep your humor about you. You may be somebody who's very passionate. They see you taking action towards them, but they may feel like behind this lightheartedness, behind this passionate, fun-loving, energy, because the Knight of Wands is Sagittarius. And so, if you know any Sagittarius in your life, right, you kind of know how they are, which is your opposite sign. But they see you as somebody who, while you're lighthearted and all of these things, they feel like underneath of that is a lot of chaos. Underneath that is a desire to control an outcome or to have control over them or to try. So but it's almost like they feel as though you keep up this persona because there's a fear of growing or there's a fear of growth. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what is the best way I can describe this? So like somebody, let's say that somebody is insecure about their body or something like that. Okay, let's say that somebody's insecure about their body and so they just try to like keep it like lighthearted. Maybe they're a little self-deprecating, maybe they joke about themselves a little bit, just to kind of like keep it light and so add a little bit of humor to their insecurities around their body and they joke about it outwardly and everything. But really it's the jokes are coming from truly an insecure place sometimes or a and that's not for everybody, but sometimes it can be a way to make light of something that is very hard for somebody to deal with, instead of being like, you know what, I'm gonna fucking do this. I'm gonna go into that gym tomorrow. I'm gonna meal prep tomorrow, right? This is just an example, okay? So they may feel like this lightheartedness and all of this is just a way to push away some kind of up leveling that they feel like you need to do. What's that Emperor reversed? The Empress reversed. They definitely feel like there's two sides to you. A very, very like divine masculine, divine feminine. I hate using those fucking spiritual words, but they do feel that way. But it's like it's almost like they see this potential in you, but you play it off or you act like, ah, ha, 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 ha. Like, I don't know. It's very interesting. The Nine of Pentacles reversed for their future actions. The Knight of Wands reversed. The Seven of Cups reversed. Something happens that I think is triggering them because they seem to be attempting to get your attention in a way that is maybe not who they really are, or they may be attempting to overpromise or underdeliver or something. Basically, what they're attempting to do is they're attempting to get your attention, but it's through false means, or it's like I don't want to say they're trying to tempt you, but it's like a trying to pull you in, but it's not like, I'm not saying that this is what they're doing, but it can be like a guy or a girl, okay, but usually guys do this more than girls, but it could be like a guy that's like, oh yeah, I have a really big house and I got a lot of money, or whatever. And maybe they don't really, maybe they have some money, but it's like not what they said, right? And it's to like get your attention or to try to reel you in, or something like that, right? So I'm not saying that that's what this person is doing, but it's something that is not necessarily authentic, but they're trying to get your attention through those means anyway in order to get you to make a choice or something like that. What an interesting reading. Your feelings. Wow, you're feeling pretty fucking confident. So are they, though, with that King of Wands. You are very attracted to them. I feel like this is a very mutual feeling. I mean, they have the King of Wands in their feelings. You have the Queen of Wands in yours. That's a match. And you feel, I mean, you don't really feel like you need to chase anybody down for a day old wiener in 7-Eleven, right? You are perfectly content with just doing your own thing and being beautiful and having fun and, whatever it is. And you're just kind of chilling in the cut, I guess you could say, and just kind of waiting to see what happens. I don't really know if you're necessarily taking action. It's like you're there, you're capable, you're present, you're sexy, you're feeling good about yourself, all these things, but you're not like chasing anybody down kind of thing. It doesn't feel like that to me. What do you need to release? And Saturn. So I feel like there's a maturation process that kind of needs to occur, or there needs to be some kind of boundaries that need to be um, set, I guess you could say. Because that what do you need to release? It's like, well, what do you need to release? Is it Saturnian energy? Is it like a lack of maturity? Is it somebody who's not mature? Is it something that doesn't have the longevity? Or is there something in your life that you need to release in order to mature or level up in some way? Saturn is very much like the old rich grandfather for real. Okay. The old rich grandfather who's like, okay, if you read all these books I gave you and you do the hard work, guess who's getting all my money when I die? Where Jupiter might come in and just kind of like throw money in your face for existing. Saturn's like, did you do the work? And it's worth it in the end, but it's basically saying that you need to put in some kind of work towards a specific direction in your life, in order to, I don't know, evolve or whatever it is. What is that? Let's see. What's Saturn? The Emperor. The Emperor twice in one reading. This is the Emperor is Aries, and then this is Saturn. We actually have Saturn in Aries right now. It's going to go retrograde in July, but I want you guys to see where you have Aries in your chart because that may tell you where you're needing to level up. Okay. So, for instance, if you have Aries in your second house, this may be around your self-worth, your self-value, maybe your talents or your money, budgeting, things like that. Maybe you have Aries in your sixth house. Maybe you do need to get a routine down, or you need to do a better job at your work, or maybe you need to take better care of your health or your nutrition or whatever in order to level up in your life. Or maybe it's in your 10th house, maybe it's your career and taking more responsibility and not being afraid to take that responsibility and not being afraid to take the lead in your life. Or for some of you, okay, if you're a feminine who's interested in masculine energy, Gemini, then this can be telling you don't be afraid to hold off for the emperor. Don't be afraid to hold off for the divine masculine. Okay. Don't be afraid to do that. But during that time, if that's who you want to attract, then you're going to need to be a match to that. You know what I mean? So that's what I have for you, Gemini. Thank you guys so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you guys want to book a super chat question and get your cards read during this live, then you can visit hypsee.com/Violetta Alexis. Thanks a lot, Gemini, and take care. Good luck with Uranus going into your sign. Oops. What's up, Colby? Honesty. I'm sorry. I have to get a snack. So I just got to do it, buddy. Sorry, I'm like chewing in your guys' ear. You're welcome, Mojo. Oh, not the pimp read. Oh shit. Okay. But I moisturize every day. I can't help it if I'm adorable and right, period. Okay. Isn't my little necklace so cute? It's a little cloud with a smiley face. I date myself, so life's been grand. It's so addictive. Like it's so addicting. The peace, just like I'm not even talking about dating necessarily, just like yeah, being alone is can be very addicting. That cheeseburger mojo. Okay. The piece is priceless. It really is. have a lot more energy and I get a lot more sleep. Although last night I couldn't sleep very well, and um I had to drive back to my parents' house early this morning to feed the dogs. And so like my body woke me up way earlier than I needed to. And I couldn't go back to sleep. And I was just like, fuck, I almost canceled my live tonight. I'm glad that I didn't, but I really almost did. And I was just like, I don't feel like putting on makeup. I don't feel like so I didn't put on any face makeup. I was just like, I'm so freaking tired. I'm still gonna try to like show up and like you know, present myself as best as I can. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to do my nighttime routine. I'm going to do my face mask. I'm going to put on my tretinoin and my, growth factors. I'm just going to sit up here just like that. And that's that. I wasn't trying to get all dolled up today. It's funny how you had to get a snack before Taurus. Oh my God, right? I'm a Taurus rising and a Taurus moon after all. All right. Speaking of, let's go ahead and do Taurus. What's up, I Wander? Well, I mean, I appreciate that, Colby, but I'm definitely not perfect. I have really bad skin. I can like see it. You can kind of see it. You see, like I get really splotchy. I've always wondered if I like have maybe rosacea or something. My skin gets so red, or if I'm wondering if I have a compromised skin barrier. I read way too much on skincare. I've always been so obsessed with skincare for many, many years, but I wonder what that is. I don't know if it's just I like a few months ago I found out I couldn't eat eggs anymore. Couldn't eat eggs anymore because I think I'm allergic to folic acid. Many years ago, I tried to take folic acid like as a supplement, and it made me break out everywhere on my face, my ass, my chest, every. It was the weirdest thing. I was like, okay, never doing that again. So, of course, I think it was late last year. I was like, well, maybe it was just the brand. Tried it again. Nope, same thing happened. So I asked ChatGPT. I was like, hey, I don't know what's like going on. Why am I breaking out every day? I take such good care of my skin. She's like, run me through your diet. And so I told her, and she was like, well, eggs have a lot of folic acid in them. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't even think about that. So I had to stop eating eggs, which really sucked. And then I tried to eat eggs this past weekend. I ate like 3 eggs this past weekend because I'm an idiot. And of course, it broke me out again. I was just like, so annoying. Ego death process for sure. The human experience is so wild. My skin drives me insane. It's not about perfection, darling. Oh, well, thanks. All right, so let's do this. All right, Taurus, what's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. Let's go ahead and take a look at your person. Dare I? What's up with this Five of Wands shit tonight? Five of Wands for their feelings. The Nine of Swords reversed for how they see you. I just heard, don't worry about it. The Hermit for their actions, Virgo. Okay, let's see the Five of Wands. The Queen of Pentacles reverse. So this looks like a feminine. Okay. Jesus Christ, what is happening here? So we have the Five of Wands. Who the fuck is calling me? Hey, I'm live. In this very moment, I'm working. My mom does this thing where she like, if I don't text her immediately, she will freak out and she'll call me. And if I don't answer that, she'll email me. Swear. So, Taurus, I apologize. So we have the Five of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles reversed, and the Four of Cups. This person doesn't seem to be nurturing this. I think if anything, they seem to be pretty pissed. They kind of feel like no matter how much they may fight for this or try to fight for this, maybe, or fight with you, it doesn't really go anywhere. And so they may have gotten to this point of apathy. The Four of Cups can sometimes be someone who's apathetic. And then that Queen of Pentacles reverse is kind of making me feel that way. Like there's a detachment or there's like the well has run dry is kind of what I'm getting with that. Why is that? The Six of Wands reversed. They feel like maybe you don't give them the attention that they want, or they may feel like you are entitled, or you have certain expectations that you don't earn, or something like that. Like expectations of them that you don't earn. They just, if I'm going to be honest with you, Taurus, they feel very like over it, like very, but there's still this conflicting. What's the Five of Wands? Let's see. They're having a hard time maybe letting go totally. And I feel like a lot of it is maybe it can either be due to ego or anger. But if we're conflicted about the tower, it means we're conflicted about the foundation of the connection. Maybe was it real? Was it not? It can be somebody who is wondering if they should just let go and see what happens, or even maybe see if you guys can rebuild it. But I feel like they're at this point of apathy. Um, they view you as the Nine of Swords reversed, the Ten of Swords, and the Ten of Wands reversed. So there may have been a big betrayal here. They look at this like it's done. They feel like you don't really care. You're not taking any responsibility for any of it. The Ten of Wands reversed, they can feel like maybe you can't handle it, whatever it is. The Ten of Wands reversed can sometimes be like where we bit off more than we can chew. And this person may feel like you refuse to take responsibility for your part in something. What's that Ten of Swords? The Death card. Jesus, Taurus. That Venus conjunct Uranus this week coming in clutch, huh? But it's like they look at you like you just like you don't really give a shit. Like you don't care about it. Like not whatever, fucking I don't care, Whether that's true or not. What's that Ten of Wands reversed? The Justice. I feel like you won't it's almost like an avoidance. It almost feels like they feel as though there's an avoidance of change or an avoidance of accountability because you just don't want to deal with it, or because you get easily overwhelmed by conflict. Okay. Their actions towards you, Taurus, the Hermit, the Strength, and the Judgment reversed, all major arcana. I don't really feel like they're doing anything really. It feels like they're kind of just being by themselves. We have Scorpio, Leo, and Virgo here. We also have Scorpio again and Libra, but it feels like they're just being alone. Like they're just going within, they're taking time to themselves. They're going through quite the journey. And this journey seems to be taking them on the path of strength, healthy pride, healthy ego, healthy self-esteem. I think that they're holding back from a potential reconciliation, or maybe for some of you, it can be that they're not really wanting to take accountability for something, but it feels more like they're just not wanting to reconcile, or they're not really wanting to drudge up the past. Let's see what your feelings are. The Ace of Wands reversed, the Eight of Swords reversed, and the Page of Cups. So you admire them or you have feelings. There may be an adoration that you have for this particular person, and it's something that you're very well aware of, and you may even want to offer that, but it feels like you're going to, but you haven't with the Ace of Wands reversed. So the Eight of Swords reversed can be like when we're finally getting ourselves out of our own self-imposed prison and we're doing what? Page of Cups, we're offering something, and that's what you feel, but you're delaying it for some reason. You're holding off, or you're waiting, or you're just delaying it for some reason. Your advice is surrender to the divine and Taurus. Okay. So I was like, well, what do they need to do? Because I was trying to like, it's just basically like letting go of the past, letting go of any animosity, or forgiving this person if you need to, or maybe asking for forgiveness potentially. The Page of Cups can sometimes represent an apology. But it depends on your personal situation. So I feel like this is about having trust and patience within yourself, and just kind of, not to be corny, but let go and let God is kind of the vibe. Okay. So that's what I have for you, Taurus. Thank you guys so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you would like to book a super chat question to get your cards read during this live, then you can do so at hypsee.com/Violetta Alexis. Thanks a lot, Taurus. Have a good one. All right. My beautiful Aries, let's do it, shall we? Okay. Hello, Aries. How are you doing? Let's go ahead and take a look at your person. Feelings, Eight of Wands. This person could be at a distance from you. The Six of Swords for how they see you. Their future actions, the High Priestess reversed. We have Pisces energy here, Mercury and Sagittarius. Okay, tell me about that Eight of Wands. Two of Cups reversed and the Two of Swords reversed. I feel like a difficult conversation is on the horizon. This person may feel like they want to come travel to see you if they are at a distance, or they feel pushed or called to talk to you about something. And I feel like it's probably, if they do decide to do that, if they do decide to communicate with you, if there's been like a separation, it's going to come in out of nowhere, I think. For others of you, if you're in communication with them, I feel like they probably want to get some things off their chest, even if you're not. I feel like they want to get some things off their chest around maybe, maybe they feel misunderstood. Maybe they feel like they don't even understand you at times, or there's some disconnect due to some kind of it feels like a misunderstanding. They feel as though there's a misunderstanding. And I think it's something that they don't want to just brush it under the rug. They don't want to act like it didn't happen. Like it's something that feels unavoidable to them and they want to address it. What is that? The Page of Swords, something that they saw or something that they heard through the grapevine is what that feels like to me. It feels like they've observed something, or they may feel like you have. It's something that was seen or talked about, and so they're wanting to maybe ask a question, or they're wanting to hash something out. They don't want to not talk about the elephant in the room. It feels like they want more information on something. What's the Two of Cups reversed? The Four of Pentacles reversed. There could have been a misunderstanding about a risk that was taken, or something in regards to finances as well. How they see you is the Six of Swords, the Ten of Pentacles reversed, okay, and the Knight of Cups. What an interesting combination. Okay. For some of you, there was like a divorce, or there was some kind of breakup, or there's going to be, or maybe it's just that this person doesn't really feel like you're focused on the long-term potential of this, like you're not really future focused. They could feel, just because the Six of Swords is in combination with the Knight of Cups, usually I would say that they see you as somebody who's moving on. But being that the Knight of Cups is here on the table with the Six of Swords, keeping it company, I feel like they look at you like you're trying to resolve something about a breakup or about a misunderstanding or about what's that 10 of Pentacles reversed? The Nine of Cups reversed. About one of you guys not getting something that you really wanted, or about you not getting something that you wanted from this. But they feel like you're being quite vulnerable. You're being honest in communication. That's how they see you. But something isn't working out long term. They feel like a wish was not fulfilled. Or they could feel like sometimes you're a little selfish, not Aries. Okay. Well, what's that High Priestess reversed? Oh, was there some competition or something? What's that High Priestess reversed? Seven of Pentacles. It's almost like this person is kind of breaking their defenses down a little bit. Like if this person is usually somebody who is they have their guard up, or they're kind of keeping you at arm's distance in some way. I feel like they're going to be honest. They're going to kind of, I don't want to say like they have their tail between their legs, but they do seem to be being very honest with you, and kind of mm, letting their guard down a little bit, because they're trying to get you to get along with them. They're trying to get you to, or encourage you to get on the same page with them. And so if they feel like they need to like confess something, or if they need to reveal something, could be something in regards to finances again. There can be something financially here. Then they likely will. But it almost feels like, I don't want to say it's out of desperation, but it feels very okay, okay, or like something like that. A man who yearns is the man who earns. I heard that quote the other day. But yeah, but anyway, I don't know if this is a man or a woman. I'm just joking around. But what's the goal of this person here? The Nine of Wands. They want to fight for this. See, when you're fighting for something, sometimes that means you must stop fighting the other. Sometimes fighting is going to look like not fighting. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta kneel to the throne. You know what I mean? To win the war. But yeah. Okay, let's see your feelings. The Sun. Okay. They make you very happy. They get you out of your comfort zone a little bit. Oh, please. You're totally in love with this person, or you want them or something. This person makes you, happy as a pig in shit. You're going to be coy, aren't you? You're probably going to play coy. You're very committed to them. You want to be with them. You want to commit to them. You want to marry them, or whatever it may be. And you're willing to get out of your comfort zone in order to make that happen. So you can fool them all you want, but you can't fool me. Don't let pride get in your way. And Pisces. Okay. So some of you are dealing with the Pisces, or maybe you have that in your chart, but don't let pride get in your way. And then Pisces. So Pisces can be about intimacy, compassion, and so it may be saying like, if you have been taking more of a prideful stance to this, I'm not saying you shouldn't have a healthy amount of pride. Everybody should have a healthy ego, healthy amount, a healthy pride. Okay. But don't allow it to get in the way of what you truly want. Okay. Sometimes we can do that. Sometimes we can subconsciously like push people away that we really want, to get them to prove something to us, and sometimes valid. Okay. But I feel like in this instance, don't work against your own interests. You know what I mean? This was the funnest read for me. That was fun. So that's what I have for you, Aries. Thank you so much. I hope that you will like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you want to book a super chat question to get your cards read during this live, then you can do so at hypsy.com/Violetta Alexis. Okay. What's up, bombastic? So nice to see you, beautiful lady. Thanks for coming. All right. Now let's see. It's nice to see you in alive. Where is this fucking thing? There we go. Okay. I've got Valeria down there under my feet. You're welcome, Shannon. Have a beautiful night, babe. Uh, you're welcome, Tej. Oh, Donna, I hope you're okay. Please take care of yourself. All righty. I'm cracking up at number ones. I'm not going to read it out loud, but number one's super chat is pretty damn funny. All right, let me just all right, so super chatter number one. I have really I have really been here before, and this is not something that happens overnight. When we allow somebody into our hearts, okay, it can be very difficult to move on. And I understand that very, very much. And for some people, it's easier than others, right? But this is not an overnight process. This is something that takes consistency and dedication and hard work. And it doesn't mean that you can't love this person, but sometimes it means that you're needing to put the love for yourself before your love for them. Okay. Because in this particular scenario, that would be the healthy thing to do. And the healthy thing isn't always the easiest thing, is it? I know that every time I go to Subway and I try to get a fucking salad, I know that those raspberry cheesecake cookies are staring me down like a whore in church, okay? And it's very difficult. So I understand, but please try to be patient and gentle with yourself because once again, this is not an overnight process. This is a long process. But I swear, once you're able to do that and put that focus on yourself, it I don't want to say it gets easier. It depends on the person, okay? But at least you'll know how to do it. And sometimes you'll go on loving people forever, and that's just sometimes how the cookie crumbles. But there can be love without an attachment of the outcome. So let me go ahead and pull cards for you. So you asked, why is this particular person repeating this cycle? Girl, what the hell? You scared the hell out of me. Sorry, my cat was sniffing my freaking elbow. Ten of Cups, interesting. Queen of Swords. I think this is a learning process for him, just as it is for you. I feel like this is somebody who's learning who they are in a relationship and what they want in a relationship, what kind of person they want in a relationship, and what that means for them. I think that this is somebody who's also attempting to balance logic and their heart space. And I feel like they're just learning like anybody else. The Queen of Swords is somebody who has really kind of been through it, and is learning as they go. And the Ten of Cups, maybe that this person is still learning how to show up in a relationship. And I feel like there's a lot of experience that this person is needing to integrate into how they do things. And I feel like he probably doesn't have that yet. So let's see what he wants here. The Devil reversed and the Six of Pentacles. So I'm not, I feel like sometimes there is this feeling of wanting to give and take, wanting that, right? Just like anybody, any human being craves um connection. But at the same time, the Devil reversed is an awareness of a toxic pattern. And I feel like this is somebody who wants to understand what that is, that wants to understand what they are willing to give or what they have to give, and what they want. So once again, I feel like this is more of a process. I feel like this person is attempting to empower themselves. I feel like they truly do want to be aware with that Devil reversed. But I just feel like they're just learning like anybody else, quite frankly. Thank you, number one. It's always nice to see you. All right. Then we have number two. Oh, you're welcome. Ooh, good question. Okay, so what this person's higher self would want to tell you for closure? Heal, because that's what they're doing. Four of Swords, Six of Cups reversed. They would tell you that this is a growth process for you. With that Four of Swords and that Six of Cups reversed, I feel like this person's higher self would tell you that there's something about them specifically that was likely supposed to trigger some kind of childhood wound for you, because there was healing that you needed in regards to that. So, for instance, if you have abandonment wounds from a parent or a caretaker, then this person may have been sent to trigger those wounds so that you are made aware that they are still present and affecting your life. I truly believe that that's what this person's higher self would tell you. Great question. Thank you so much, number two. I appreciate it. Good luck as well. Number three. Okay, let me see the feelings. A hangman reversed and the fool reversed. Once again, there's an apprehension, or it's like this person doesn't want to make a specific sacrifice. I don't think that they're willing to go all in. I don't think that they're willing to take a leap of faith. It's like somebody who's quite literally stuck. They're just kind of like, it's like, it just reminds me of somebody very uncomfortable, like stuck between two trees or something. And so I feel like this is somebody who hasn't moved on, but they're not holding on exactly either. It's like this weird limbo energy. And I think a lot of it, they just don't have perspective. Once again, with the other reading about them, I feel like this is somebody who's trying to gain experience, and doesn't really have the knowledge or the understanding when it comes to committed relationships. And as far as the other thing, that you were saying, I understand it absolutely is a very cruel world in regards to what you were talking about, but you still have a choice. You can decide. You can't choose who you're attracted to, but you can decide, is this person for me? No, I don't think so. I'm not going to give this any more attention. Right. So that is where your power lies. Your power doesn't necessarily lie in who you're attracted to. That's very hard to control. But who you give your attention to, that is in your control. That is where your power lies. So something to kind of think about. Thanks a lot, number 3. Then we have numero 4. What's up, girl? Let me see. Ooh, I love it. All right, number 1 about D. Okay, let's see. Okay, the star. Oh, excuse me. The King of Pentacles and the World. Damn. I love this. I'm obviously going to pull 3 more cards for this person because you got a 12 card read. This is somebody who somehow has put a lot of faith in you and the connection. Somebody who feels like this has been very healing for them. Even if you're not committed to them, I feel like they want to be committed to you in some way. They may want to show up and provide for you or support you in some way, shape, or form. And I think that this is somebody who likely already has shared that with you or very much desires to share that with you. And the world there is about wanting to close a deal, kind of, right? Lock it down, or, as the kids say, put a ring on it, or, cuff it, right? In some way, shape, or form. Um, can you tell me more about that? The Ace of Swords? What's that? The Three of Swords reversed. The Eight of Pentacles. Wow. Well, damn. Who's D? Shit. Um, this is also a person who feels like they're very clear, about what they want, or they may want to communicate something to you about how you've healed them or about how they want to heal something with you. If this is like a past connection and there's some level of history here, um, they may be with that Eight of Pentacles. Sorry, I don't know if I showed you this or not. With that Eight of Pentacles, this may be something that they truly want to put in an effort towards. And I mean, really put in an effort, not some little dingy, like, whatever, like a true honest to God effort. The Eight of Pentacles is no slouch. It's somebody who's really willing to ignore everyone else or put everything else to the side and focus. In traditional Rider Waite tarot, you'll see that the guy on the Eight of Pentacles, this isn't traditional Rider Waite, but in traditional Rider Waite tarot on the cards, you'll see this guy and he's like pounding away at his pentacles. Okay. And he's really going in. His whole focus is on these fucking pentacles, right? And in the background, you'll see like an entire city. And that's supposed to be symbolic for somebody who has decided to basically tell everybody, excuse my French, to fuck off so he can work on these pentacles. And I feel like it's similar for you. Like this person has thought about or is willing to put everyone else to the side in order, or, put other things to the side in order to focus on this. But there is something that they want to tell you. And it feels like maybe it's an apology, maybe it's clarity around their own healing or their own wounds or yours or whatever it is, but it seems like they're willing to work on things. It's a really good reading. Damn, I don't even want to read the second one. I feel like the second one was gonna look like shit. Let's see. All right, let's see number 2, S's feelings. Four of Wands reversed. The Moon. This person may have a fear of commitment, or there's some kind of insecurity that they may not have come to terms with when it comes to being vulnerable or being super honest about their feelings. Mm, this is a very emotional person. But they may have a fear around emotionality, or they may have a fear around expressing emotion, being honest about their emotions. But they want a victory in this. They feel very pulled towards you in some way. What's that? I've got to see what that Four of Wands reversed is. The King of Wands reversed. They lack confidence somewhere. Sorry, my back hurts. But it feels like they're trying to, they want to push through that. Because the Chariot, okay, while the King of Wands reversed doesn't have a lot of confidence, the Chariot's going to push through that and create the confidence through courage. This person may also feel like you're too good for them or something like that. They may feel some kind of way about it. A Five of Pentacles reversed. Is this a past person? If this is a past person, then they may want to revisit this. Your advice is look at the bigger picture and Mars. Whoa. What an interesting combination. So Mars can be about moving forward. It's very much a masculine planet. Okay. Venus, feminine, Mars, masculine, right? The two lovers of the zodiac, right? Or in astrology. Um, and I feel like this is maybe asking you when it comes to masculinity and the type of masculinity that you desire, the kind of, I guess, I'm assuming that these are men. Okay. Um, Forgive me if they're not. Okay. But I assume that these are men. And so it may be asking you when it comes to like the big picture, right? Of who you really see yourself with, the kind of man you want to introduce to your kids, or the kind of man that would stick up for you in a bar, or the kind of man that wouldn't be in a bar, or, whatever. And so it's kind of asking you to really like, take a few steps back and look at something in the bigger picture as opposed to the little minute details that maybe don't necessarily matter. This can also be about what I just said about looking at the bigger picture of things, yes, but at the same time, making sure that you have a good sense of boundaries and make sure that you are, I guess standing up for yourself, and and the reason why I'm saying this is sometimes when you put up a boundary with somebody, right? Or maybe you give them a little pushback, or and maybe they don't like those boundaries, or they ghost you because you put up a boundary. That's a signal. You know what I mean? That's a signal. And like for me, I prefer to just I try to just be myself. It's very hard because I tend to attract feminine men sometimes. And I think that's because I can sometimes be quite masculine, but I also don't want to have to contort or change myself or weaken myself because it's just going to attract weak men, right? In my opinion. So I just decided, well, you know what? I'm just going to be my fucking self, and I feel like I eventually, hopefully, will attract somebody as strong or stronger than me. Does that make sense? So don't like basically what I'm saying is don't make yourself smaller to in order to um I guess compromise, so somebody can remain weak. That's a bad way to say it, okay? But I can't think of any other way to say it. My brain's kind of fried, but that's what I have for you. Thank you so much, number four. I really appreciate it, and best of luck. My back hurts so bad. I need a massage. All right, number five. All right, let's see. Really? That's interesting. They either feel like you're in love with somebody at work, or this may be somebody who feel you're these people may feel like you're somebody who's either very sensitive or somebody who very much loves their work. And these can be people who feel like you're also very intuitive when it comes to your work, even though it can be draining at times. But I mean, this is a so basically what I want to say, if there's any kind of like respect that you have for these people or anything like that or admiration, I would say that it's mutual because the Queen of Cups is mutual feelings of whatever those feelings are. If it's in the upright, they're good feelings. If it's in the reverse, it can be bad. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. They feel like you have a lot of talents, gifts, skills, abilities. You're somebody who can create something out of nothing. You're someone who can make it happen. You're somebody who has a lot of potential as well, and who has good intentions. I mean, this is a beautiful energy. I don't think that they really have anything too negative to say about you. It looks like they feel as though you have a great potential to get shit done. Somebody who can handle a lot as well. Thank you, number 5. Number 6. Okay, let me see. Okay, so for the first question about promotion, so the Two of Pentacles with the Five of Swords and the Wheel of Fortune reverse, what should she do to make sure this happens? The Knight of Swords reversed. I want to say, like, don't be too impulsive at work or don't try to pressure anyone about a promotion or anything like that. It may be kind of telling you to go with the flow, or maybe there's some more information that you need to ask. What are you asking her to do here? The King of Swords. I feel like there's a masculine energy around you that would put you push you in the right direction, or that would lead you in the right direction. It's almost like this person taking you under their wing, or you asking them questions or asking advice that would potentially get them to, I don't know, nominate you, or that would get them to. So I feel like if you did that, something like that, some kind of King of Swords energy, this person can be somebody who's incredibly logical, very straightforward, usually pretty fair, whoever that is. But as far as the promotion, the Two of Pentacles with the Five of Swords and the Wheel of Fortune reverse, this tells me that it may be a little bit chaotic because there may be a lot of people who are attempting to get this position, or there may be a lot of people who want it who are attempting to undercut other people or badmouth other people, even potentially. The Five of Swords can be where we will do anything in order to get something. And it can be where we have neglected our conscience even to that extent. And so it may be telling you not to do that because that will fucking come back to haunt you if you're doing that. But other than that, it feels like while things may feel balanced at first, it may end up being quite chaotic due to other people in the long run who are maybe attempting to put in a bad word about you, or where it's or maybe where it's just very very competitive. So I feel like you're needing to, I don't want to say cozy up to this person, but maybe you're needing to ask their advice, or question what you could do more of, or how you could be better in some way, and somehow this person may kind of lead you to the promised land. So I don't know who this King of Swords is for you. General love reading. Okay, let's get a general love reading. I don't know if that made sense. General love reading. Show me the next 3 months. Page of Wands, a younger fire sign may approach you, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. That's really weird because I heard Gemini in my head, so I'm not really sure why I heard that. But the Page of Wands, this person can like message you. What is this? The Lovers. Well, shit, it could turn into a lot more than what you think it is. The Nine of Pentacles. So this is where it's iffy. So I feel like you could, I mean, not to sound corny or like a really trashy romance novelist, but with the Page of Wands and the Lovers here, this can be a very unexpected romantic, sexual, intimate encounter that goes further or is more powerful than you may have expected. And I feel like this is somebody who they're just going to kind of keep it light at first, and then it may end up being a lot more than what you thought, like very unexpected. However, that Ace of Pentacles reversed with the Nine of Pentacles tells me that this person may very much value their independence over a relationship. So it may be hard, while it may be good in the bedroom, it may be very, if that's something you're interested in, it may be very difficult to truly get this person to plant honest to God seeds with you. So, but see, the thing at the same time, that Nine of Pentacles is somebody who's open to a relationship. Okay. But there may be like maybe a missed opportunity at first, or it may be that this person really does value their independence. And so they're a little apprehensive to really go, you know what I mean? But I do see somebody here, and I feel like you're not going to expect it. It's going to be like, oh, this little guy, or like, oh, this person, and then it like ends up being kind of a big deal to you. Let's get advice for you. The, and then I got full moon in Gemini. How weird. I believe that there's a full moon in Gemini in December. The answers you need are coming. And then Gemini, no fucking way. How weird is that? Oh my God, that's so weird. Heebie jeebies, dude. That creeps me out. Wow. Okay. So this is your advice. The answers you need are coming in Gemini. So I feel like something to do with this. Okay. Um, you need to open your mouth when it comes to your job. Okay. There's something you need to be very vocal. You need to ask questions. You need to act incredibly interested. You need to take initiative, things like that. Now, when it comes to love, you may meet this person on social media. It may be in your local neighborhood. It may be through like a little group or community, or like a little networking event, or it's something like that. So, like, what I want to say is get out and socialize, open your mouth, do some talking, use your mouthpiece. And then we have Uranus going into Gemini on July 7th. So, wherever Gemini is in your chart, that may give you a little bit of hint on what this means. That that creeps me out. That was weird. That was just too damn weird for me. So, that is what I that is what I have for you, number 6. Thank you so much, and obviously the best of luck to you. Please let me know how it goes if you ever get a chance. That was weird. That was so fucking weird. Well, maybe it is a Gemini because that Lovers came out. I didn't even think about that. Page of Wands and then the Lovers. Lovers is Gemini. How interesting. I didn't even think about that. I feel so stupid. Thanks a lot, number 6. Something about a Gemini. All right. Oh my God. Hi, number 7. It's nice to see you. Okay. God, I got a bunch of mosquito bites all over me. Okay, let me see the intentions. The Nine of Pentacles reversed, the Three of Cups reversed. This person either cares too much about what everybody else thinks, or this is somebody who's being quite stubborn or critical of you, critical of themselves, something like that. And there seems to be, what's that Three of Cups reversed? The King of Cups? I would be careful that this person isn't like, there are no third parties or something like that. Okay. Page of Pentacles. For some reason, it's a little hard getting off the ground, or this person eh, seems to be on stuck mode or a little bit of a perfectionist in regards to something, or something is like stopping this person, or there's a slowing down. It's like there's not really an intent to really put in a level of work. It almost feels like avoidance. But then that Page of Pentacles comes. So something, this person may either fall in love, or maybe they're in love now, but they seem to be eventually putting in some kind of effort after a completion of something else, because the Page of Pentacles comes after the Ten of Pentacles. So maybe after a completion of something else, there seems to be a desire to learn more about you if this is something new, or maybe to um, build something with you that you can touch, feel, taste, smell. Not just like where we're talking about it. It's like where we're actually doing it, right? Like, oh, I'd love for you to have my babies. No, nothing like that. It's like we're actually like moving in together, and we're, you know what I mean? Like building together or whatever. So, but there's something that's kind of stopping this person at first, or they're being too critical of themselves, or too stubborn. It's almost like a cat got your tongue kind of situation when it comes to expressing feelings or something like that. Weird. Weird. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much. Oh, number 8. Your advice with this person. Let's see. I'm glad you asked. Let's see here. Don't force it. Chariot reverse. Don't force it, because it's going to go out of control if you do try to force it. Strength reversed. This is basically like if this was somebody's actions, this would be like somebody trying to force something to happen because of their ego, or they're doing too much, where they're giving too much. They don't have proper boundaries, or they're weakening themselves in order to accommodate somebody else, or whatever it is. So I feel like you would be needing to do the opposite of that. If there's anything, like anything you've brushed under the rug or you've kind of ignored, like I wouldn't ignore that. Once again, that Eight of Wands reverse can be where we're trying to force something, or we really want something to happen. So maybe we're trying to chase it a little, or we're trying to and we just like are having a hard time detaching our energy from it, which is basically just going to repel it anyway, right? That's how energy kind of works. But it's basically saying, like, if there's some kind of unfinished business that you need to take care of, either in regards to yourself or in regards to you and this person, don't brush it under the rug. Don't ignore it. If you heard this person say something that really bothered you, like, talk about it. Don't just ignore it and brush it under the rug. If this person did something that really bothered you, or if they ditched out on a conversation that was really important to you in the past, don't just like let that go, because it's going to come up later just in a different scenario. Is kind of what I'm getting with that one. Thank you, darling. Number 9. Sure, let's see. All right, future actions. Two of Wands. They're weighing their options, not like in regards to other people, but they're trying to figure out, okay, do I revisit this, or do I move on? The Two of Wands can also be about somebody trying to figure out, or trying to make a plan, to come out of their comfort zone in some way. The Five of Cups, but there may be some residual regret, or harsh feelings, or negative feelings that are still attached to this connection, or that they have. What's the plan around the Ace of Swords? They want to talk. It seems like they're wanting to talk. it seems like they're also trying to figure out how to go about it because of some kind of past hurt between the two of you. But they definitely want clarity, or they want to offer some level of clarity. Maybe an apology, but the Ace of Swords doesn't usually indicate that necessarily. The Lovers reversed. They seem to be planning on having a conversation with you about some kind of past decision that they may have made. Maybe it is an apology. But it seems like there's either some kind of unrequited situation, or, now please understand that the Lovers reverse can mean a lot of things. So you're going to know which one it is. It can represent a lot of things. It can represent cheating. It can represent a miscommunication. It can represent unrequited love. It can be where we're needing to rethink the commitments that we've made to another, because we're realizing that maybe there are self-worth or self-value issues, not self-worth or self-value issues. There are a difference in morals or values, or spiritual or religious beliefs, or something like that, that is making it hard to fully commit. So you're going to know which one you are, but that's what it looks like. Looks like they're making a plan to talk to you. Thanks a lot, number 9. I really appreciate it. We have number 10. Okay, how do I want to? So I asked if you should move out of there, and I got the 7 of Swords. The 7 of Swords can sometimes represent doing what's best for the good of the group, okay, or what's best for everybody. However, the 7 of Swords can also talk about where we're needing to protect ourselves, okay? It can be about where we're needing to strategize truly. And while I'm not necessarily saying that you need to move out of there, what I am saying is that you need to protect yourself. Not saying that this person is going to do anything to you. I don't know them, but the 7 of Swords is like, the 7 of Swords, in like the definition of it, like the guy on there, right? He's carrying 7 swords, and it's kind of the story about these two armies, and they're supposed to go to war in the morning or whatever, right? And so this guy, the 7 of Swords, he sneaks over off into the camp while everybody's sleeping, and he takes the swords and he steals as many as he can, which is 7, okay? So that way the swords can't be used against him or her the next morning. So does that make sense? So I don't know if it's like needing to just make sure that you have as little contact with this person as possible, or, whatever it may be. This is about strategizing and protecting yourself mostly. So I wanted to pull one more about that. The Hierophant is telling you that your commitment to your beliefs and what you believe is right in your heart of hearts for you. So, like, I want you to check your values or your morals or what your fundamental beliefs are about this person or about you being there, and be very honest with yourself. And you're needing to commit to whatever that is. So, this to me is more about strategizing and avoiding any possible shit storms, essentially. Let's see here. What about working with this person? The Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, I would be very cautious about repeating. anything with this, because I don't, if I'm being honest with you, I don't think that anything's going to turn out differently than it did last time. Yeah, I don't know about working with this person. I don't know if that's really the best idea. For some reason, it's telling you to, I'm not saying like you're in danger. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But like protect yourself. Because this may end up leading to a very repetitive cycle in your life, certainly something that you've experienced before, whether you may experience the same thing that you have with this exact same person before, or it's going to be a similar experience that you've had with another person, but it's just going to be in a different body this time. So it may be saying to be very cautious of that, because you're going to find yourself in a very similar place as last time, or as you have in another situation that didn't really like work out in your favor. So definitely a word of caution when it comes to that, I would say. How do I heal from this? Well, I feel like you can't really heal in the same place that hurt you all the time. Um, that would be a trauma bond, okay, if you are doing that. So I'm feeling like this is more of a not working together with this person with that Three of Pentacles reverse. Because I don't, so basically, I hate to say it, but it seems like you would need to take yourself out of the situation in order to separate from it fully. That's like the first step. The Knight of Pentacles reversed and the Eight of Swords. So the thing about the Eight of Swords is this is when we believe that something is being done to us. Doesn't mean that things have not happened to us, but now we're at a point where we are doing it to ourselves, where we are basically walking inside of a prison and we have a key in our hands and we find a prison cell that maybe we like. We unlock it, we close it, we lock ourselves in there, and we forget that the key's in our pocket. And then we're like, oh, how could they do this to me? And it kind of a silly example, but it's basically saying, like, at this point, something is a choice, and you're needing to choose differently in order for something to work out in your life. You're going to need to release yourself. Maybe maybe you feel like you need to be validated, or maybe there's this kind of stubbornness that you got about you. Maybe you got some fixed placements, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, or Aquarius, or who knows what it is, but it's telling you that, and it's going to sound shitty to say, or it's going to sound shitty to hear, but it's like you're keeping yourself in this loop. And so I noticed that I do that a lot when it comes to like relationships. I always pick a very specific person and I just kind of like allow it to happen. And then I have to remember, like, hey, guess what? You actually have control over who you end up in a relationship with, right? And so whatever that is for you, it's telling you to kind of get yourself out of that, because you do have options. You just may not like the options currently that are available to you, but you do have them. And if you choose something that helps you get out of this kind of like stuck situation or awkward situation, or whatever it is, it may feel shitty at first, but you will see that in the long run, it really wasn't. It was the right choice. So I feel like you are on the precipice of a victory. I feel like you rode the ride, you got the t-shirt, you got the hat. This is now getting to a point where you have to kind of count your battle scars and call it what it is and take the win for what it is. I feel like you've maybe been down this road with this person or been down a similar road with others or whatever it may be. And now it's about standing up for you, fighting for you. Who else is going to fight for you but you? And so it's almost like needing to be your own parent or needing to be your own defense in some way. And so I feel like through the separation of said person and understanding that you actually have choices that you can make that can help you put one foot in front of the other and move on, and down the road you're going to find out that you actually do come out on top, maybe just not in the way that you thought. But that's how you're going to heal, is through movement and being definitive about what it is that you truly want. And then you got a time for healing. And then Leo. So this is about being confident in your healing. And healing doesn't have to be, you know, a Lana Del Rey song. It doesn't have to be an Ethel Cain song. It doesn't have to be a freaking, I don't know, sad song from the 90s or whatever. Healing can be fun. Healing, for me, like my Where Dead Flowers Bloom YouTube channel. I love to write. I love to make music. I love doing that stuff. You can make healing fun for you. It can be through self-expression, through creativity, entrepreneurship, taking acting classes. It can literally be fun. Healing does not have to be the tiny violin that you pull out and cry yourself to sleep every night. It doesn't have to be that. Healing can be fun. Thank you so much, number 10. I really appreciate it. And best of luck to you, obviously. Okay, this is like freaking killing my back, dude. It's this bra, I swear. Jesus. All right, we have number 11. All right, let me see. What will be the vibe? Uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. The tower is when we are kind of jumping out of something that is a little shaky. It can be a little bit chaotic, but it doesn't have to be like outwardly chaotic. It can just feel like there's a lot of internal tension kind of going on, but nobody's really saying anything with that hangman. But there can certainly be perspective that we are having. Hi, kitty. Do you need me to move my phone? Sorry, that's my cat. She's so cute. Um, I feel like it will feel uncomfortable, but I do feel like there may be compassion and a little bit of elusiveness, like a I don't want to say awkward, but a little bit. But I feel like there will be perspective. And I feel like maybe some kind of like sacrifice of letting go of whatever happened. Doesn't feel bad, but it feels pretty tense. Thank you so much, number 11. Number 12. All right. Can I just like, what if I just like put these off my shoulders? So freaking uncomfortable. Ugh. Okay. Number 12. Oh, I love you too. Thank you. Okay. So I'm gonna pull the first three cards are gonna be love, general love in July. Okay, and we're just gonna see what kind of comes out here. Five of Pentacles. Feels like something's missing. King of Cups. Somebody seems to love you. Page of Cups. Well, there you go. This is pretty interesting to me because we have some pretty cute cards. So the King of Cups can already be somebody who is, well, already in love with you and cares for you a great deal, even though maybe they're not always super expressive, but it may feel like something's missing. Five of Pentacles. The Page of Cups is generally pretty new, but it can also, now keep in mind, okay, it can also be a connection that's kind of like reinstated in some way. Um, but it feels like there's two energies here. One can be younger, maybe. Okay, that's certainly possible. But that Five of Pentacles and that King of Cups, it feels like something's missing with that one. But it looks like there's two energies here. It looks good, minus the Five of Pentacles. A Five of Pentacles is so sad sitting there, though. Tell me about that Five of Pentacles. The Fool reversed. God, it feels like there's, even though there's love in your life or there's some kind of adoration from another, it's still this feeling of cold or being left out in the cold or just once again feeling like something's missing. And the Fool reversed, clarifying that, makes me feel like you're having a hard time trust falling or having faith. You're having a hard time letting go of the baggage that remains. So when the Fool is in the upright, it's about traveling light, right? It's about traveling light. It doesn't mean that we're fucking stupid, right? It means that while yes, maybe there's a lot of things that happened to me in the past or that I happened to other people or whatever it is, but that's the baggage. So I don't want to carry that with me. I want to travel light. I can take the wisdom or whatever, right? And trust that I'll be led where I need to go on my next journey. But the Fool in reverse is the kind of the opposite of that. So there's still some baggage that's remaining, is what I feel. Um, so your next step should be Six of Pentacles reversed, the Four of Cups reversed. I feel like this is about needing to focus right now on what you currently are or what you currently have that you feel grateful for in this moment. I feel like once you do that, I'm not saying that you don't do that, but when you kind of count your blessings, you will have the ability to count more because that is how you will energetically call that into you. And it was funny because I saw that Six of Pentacles reversed and I was like, why am I getting gratitude off of that? And then I got the Four of Cups. And the Four of Cups can sometimes be where somebody is ungrateful. I'm not saying that you're ungrateful, okay? But I saw the Four of Cups reversed. So it just made me feel like there's this need for you to kind of count your blessings because I do feel like you have quite a few, even if it's your own personal talents, gifts, skills, and abilities. Um, I don't want you to be giving too much to situations as long as you can, as much as you can stand it, that are draining you. Where you may feel like one does not see your value, or entertaining people, places, things where you don't really find value as much as you can. Okay, I understand with your personal situation. Let me get some. It's time to take action and South Node. Ooh, this is going to be a rough one. Okay. Well, um, I'm going to spin this a few different ways. It's time to take action, New Moon and Aries, this card. So, this is telling you that you need to take initiative in a certain direction in your life. Okay. Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. It's the beginning, right? The very beginning. And I feel like there's a need to start over in some way. Okay. Now, in order to do that, you need to do this. The South Node is about where we let go of something or we release something or where something needs to essentially die. Okay. And let's see what that is. I'm even going to pull one for you. The star. That's Aquarius. I don't want to say that. I really don't want to say that. Um, So it may be that some old kind of dream that maybe you've had or something that you've had faith in. It doesn't mean that you can't love it for what it was, love it for what it is. But it can also say that this time to take action is on a bigger goal or a bigger dream or a bigger picture of something. The star energy can be what we want to share with the world or what we strive for. It's a beautiful energy. It's like you want to think about the 11th house, but maybe think about where the south node is natally in your natal chart. That may give you some indication on what to release, even if it's like a way of being, right? So if you have like a south node in Libra, maybe it's asking you, to stop people pleasing, right? Libra can sometimes in its shadow self, it can do that. It can people please or be a little two-faced sometimes or be a little bit passive aggressive. Maybe it's that. Or maybe the south node is in your second house, okay, where this can talk about, maybe what your values are or things that you're entertaining that you don't value or that you feel like don't value you or that fuck with your self-esteem essentially or whatever it may be. But now the transiting south node right now is currently going through Virgo, so maybe it needs to be a release of perfectionism or being overly critical of yourself or whatever it is. Okay, so it's going to be different. It just depends on you, but I feel like the time is now. The time is now to get moving. Okay. Thank you so much, number 12. I hope that helps. All righty. Bye, Top Flight. All right. Let's see. Number 13. Okay. What is calling for you creatively? Let's see. The moon reversed. Ooh, this is interesting. Don't be afraid to. It's going to sound bad. I feel like people so much like vilify or villainize. I can't remember what it is. Pardon me. The word isolate, but don't be afraid to like lock yourself in your room for a couple of days and do some writing or do some whatever. Like, don't be afraid to do that. The moon is Pisces. Okay, so Pisces can very much be about film, photography, poetry, all of those things. And the moon reverse can be about where we are being incredibly vulnerable, like where we're being really vulnerable, like where we're really letting it out. Okay. And I've had some creative moments where I have been tragically fucking vulnerable and it should have been humiliating, but I didn't care. I just did it anyway. Because that's just me and that's just it. Right. So I feel like creatively, I think that it can be something around Pisces energy, which can be about poetry. It's about art. It is quite literally, in my opinion, the creative sign, or Neptune is kind of the creative fantasy uh, kind of planet. So I feel like it can be something like that, but it needs to be like tragically vulnerable or so vulnerable or so open that it scares you a little bit. What can help you, okay, with your fulfilling your purpose? The devil. Don't be afraid of your shadow side. Don't be afraid of your shadow side. I feel like really that is going to help you. This part of you that maybe you're afraid of, or, you know, um, what do I mean by that? So like a long time ago, I'm not going to get into detail, but I started a specific career, okay? And like I had just like dealt with a very getting abused in a certain situation, and I was really broken down. And I I have anger issues that I have suppressed. I had suppressed for many, many years. And that is still a shadow part of me. But what I did was I channeled that anger and I became a quite an influential leader in my category of work during the time. And I'm going to tell you right now, I was scared shitless to a point, but I didn't care because there was going to be absolutely nothing that was going to get me to go back to where I came from. And I was willing to take the lead, not give a fuck what anyone thought. And there is a point where this can be my shadow, where it can work against me. But that shadow, I can't let it walk me. I have to walk it like a fucking dog. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? And so I feel like there's something about you that you have. I'm not saying it's anger issues like me. I'm just giving you an example of what I mean, where you can channel that and actually make it work for you as opposed to against you. Thank you so much, number 13. Number 14. Oh, cool. Shit, give me a damn ticket. I want to get the hell out of here. All right, let's see. Okay. Let me see his personal feelings for you first. Hmm. Queen of Pentacles reversed. He may feel like there are certain insecurities that you have that stop you from showing up um as feminine maybe as you want, or as safe as you maybe want to feel, or as committal as maybe you want to be, something like that. And he feels like for some reason that's prevalent. The Seven of Pentacles tells me that he's invested, maybe even to a financial point, but he is invested in this. He wants to see where it goes. I feel like he has strong feelings for you. He's not afraid to be vulnerable with you, or at least he wants to be vulnerable with you. This is somebody who wants to offer you something, wants to give you something, wants to kind of sweep, the Knight of Cups can be like sweep you off your feet. It can kind of be that energy. So I feel like what's that Queen of Pentacles? Why is that Queen of Pentacles reversed? The Ace of Cups reversed. This person can feel like you deal with some self-worth or self-love issues. Okay. But they're invested. I don't feel like they're really going anywhere from what I can see. Let's see how this person perceives you. Page of Swords reverse, the person can feel like sometimes maybe you make assumptions, or, the Page of Swords can sometimes be a little bit misinformed, or in some cases can be involved in some kind of gossip, rumors, drama, but I doubt that that's the case. So the Page of Swords, this person can feel maybe like you're a little paranoid sometimes, or maybe you're a little curious, but you don't ask, and so you assume things. And like this person feels like you're a bit misinformed, but also at the same time feels like you have quite a bit to offer when it comes to a relationship, like you're willing to do the work. Temperance reverse, but they could feel like you're a little off balanced for some reason, or maybe you're a little impatient sometimes. Maybe you want something quicker. Or what's that temperance reverse? Let me see that. The Page of Wands. Interesting that this person views you as a double page here. Are you younger than this person, or are you just more childlike in nature to them? This person may feel like sometimes you overdo it sometimes. Maybe with communication or even optimism, but it doesn't feel like that. I mean, maybe, but temperance and reverse can be like when we're, you know, uh, when we have too much skin in the game in one area of life, or in another circumstance it can be like where we're partying too much but we're not sleeping or working enough or something like that, right? But obviously that's not the case for this. I'm just saying he feels like there's this off balance kind of vibe going on, but still feels like you have a lot to offer, although he may feel like you're losing your patience a little bit or losing your footing, or you're maybe a little misinformed about an opportunity that you're attempting to have with him, or you lack some kind of information. What's this person's future actions towards her? That's interesting. What is the intent? The Two of Pentacles. Settle a score. Two of Pentacles. So yeah, this person's next actions towards you, the Ten of Swords reversed, the Three of Wands reversed, and the Emperor. If there's been some kind of mishap between the two of you, or if there's been some kind of ending or some kind of argument, or if this person still has old stuff that they're kind of hanging on to, there can be some kind of frustration where this person decides to kind of take responsibility or take initiative in regards to your guys' relationship and maybe overcome that. The intent here is to decide. The intent here is to have balance within the connection. I like that he's showing up as the emperor. This is like the divine masculine, so to speak. So it seems like he's showing up in a vibrational way. Once again, I see him being very vulnerable, trying to sweep you off your feet, still being invested, just feeling like maybe you have a little bit of insecurity. So maybe sometimes you assume the worst about what he's thinking or about what he's doing or something like that. And although you have a lot to offer, he sometimes feels like you can be a lot, right? Welcome to the club. But he feels like you can be a little much. But it seems like he's taking some kind of responsibility for some kind of past issue, even though it's frustrating. But it's because he's trying to balance something out between the two of you. Luck is on your side and square. So you guys may come into a little bit of a conflict in the near future. But it while it may be challenging and it may be a little bit annoying, the thing about squares in astrology for the aspects is that even though it's tension, it's kind of like that saying, diamonds are made under pressure. So as long as you can overcome this challenge between the two of you, I do feel like that luck is on your side to do so. And I do feel like things can get better. So it's kind of asking you to be optimistic about things and have a little bit of faith. Thank you so much, number 14. Oh shit, what's up, number 15? Yes, you look great. Okay, let's see. Let's see where you guys stand on his end. Girl. Seven of Wands and the Three of Cups reversed. So you be cautious with this, okay? Because I feel like he views this as a competitive situation. So I do believe he is going to continue to talk to people. And I do feel like it may cause drama in the future. So just a word of caution. That Sorry, my cat just scared the crap out of me. That Seven of Wands tells me that there is kind of a competitive situation going on here. And it's probably going to continue like that, or at least that's where he feels you guys are at right now. Like there's still, maybe there's people he feels like you're talking to, but there's definitely people he's talking to. And that's very crazy that you said that and those cards came up, because that could be what that means. Um, so it can end up leading to some drama, or he may already be in drama because of it. So be cautious with that. Future actions. Okay. Ten of Cups, but the Judgment reversed. Ten of Cups is like the emotional fulfillment or the emotional support of another person without accountability. So, oh, I love you, but won't show you what's going on in their phone. Or, oh, I care about you so much, but won't admit the truth about what they did 5 days ago, or whatever it is. So just be careful with that, okay? Number 16. All right, let's see. Ooh, okay. Don't get comfortable, is what I'm getting with that. There's something that you may have been working on, or something that you're working on now, or something that you're going to be working on, and you may end up getting a lot of attention or success or some kind of recognition for it. But don't start to sleep after that. Like, it's telling you, while you may have some level of success, keep going. Like, don't just stop there. Don't get comfortable. Keep going. And like, if you start to get bored with something, maybe switch it up. If you get like, maybe it's like, I don't know, maybe it's some kind of creative project that you've been putting out on social media, and maybe it's just been like little, I don't know, reels on Instagram. And so, maybe it's like you're getting a lot of attention with those, but maybe you're getting a little bored. And so it's like, well, don't just quit, or don't just stop. Don't, like, lower the standard because now you got some level of fame or success. Like, maybe start to do posts instead, or start to do little cinematic mini movies, or whatever it is. Okay, I don't know what your thing is. Let's see what else here. Ooh, a feminine energy might be in your life. Somebody who's a bit of a leader, or somebody very attractive, someone who's maybe a bit of a performer, somebody really sexy. Okay. But that Nine of Cups reversed, you may not get what you want from this person at first. Be cautious with any kind of codependency or selfish intentions. Okay. I'm not saying you do that. All right. But we've all been there. But you may really end up wanting someone, and then just kind of feeling like you're not getting what you want from this person, which can lead to a bit of frustration. But I feel like this person is probably attracted to you if you are looking for somebody. Um, and I do feel like you're getting some kind of level of success, but you may need to switch it up because you may kind of get bored with what you're doing. Maybe it's like, even you're like bodybuilding, right? But you're like, oh, I'm so sick of doing the same workouts and eating the same shit. Then, like, switch up your workouts, or work out at a different time and eat some different shit. You know what I mean? Thank you so much, number 16. And I actually have one last one that I freaking kept forgetting to answer. And so I'm going to actually do that right now. So if you can just, oh no, I'm not going to be able to look at it, am I? Am I going to be able to look at it? Okay, yeah, I am. So Lori, if you wouldn't mind making sure that you timestamp this or whatever. Okay, so YPY, this is going to be what, number 17. I want to thank you so much for waiting on me. I really appreciate it. I'm going to pull some extra cards for you. So let me go ahead and read this really quick. You're going to see this. I'm actually going to screen record this and send this to you because I'm doing it live. So yeah, that's why it might be just a little bit different. But let me go ahead and read this really quick. Well, thank you so much for that. Okay, let's see. Nine of Swords. There seems to be some worry, some concern about what? The Magician reversed. This person may be suffering from a little bit of self-doubt, or kind of nervous on whether or not they can actually make this happen or make this manifest into like real time. But I feel like it's more of a self-doubt. Am I capable? Do I have what it takes kind of thing? It feels more of a an insecurity or him or this person getting in their head, because the Nine of Swords is mental energy and the Magician is mercurial, which is, our thoughts and how we communicate. It's Gemini and Virgo. It's ruled by Mercury. So this is about the mind. So it feels like the change that's happening is more of a negative change, but within this person's psyche. What's that High Priestess reversed? This person finds you to be quite intelligent with that Queen of Swords, very straightforward, maybe very to the point, or just somebody who's been through a lot and has become wiser from their situation. But there may be this kind of like dark cloud hanging above you guys. Like, I don't know if there's some kind of past hurt or pain between the two of you, but this person still feels like this is lingering for some reason. What is this person's feelings for them? Ace of Wands and the Two of Cups. So this person loves you. This person is very sexually attracted to you, very emotionally attracted to you, but it seems like there's just a lot of fear. I don't know if this person like was hiding something from you and you found out, and maybe they feel like you're still kind of hung up on that or something, but there's a lot of insecurities and worry they seem to be having. Is this person hiding anything? The Justice reversed. What is it? The Eight of Cups reversed. They may have made a really dumb decision in the past that they didn't tell you about, or um this person can be revisiting this connection and sometimes not really be sure, or this person can be constantly revisiting this same mistake that maybe they have made, or maybe you made, but that maybe they have made in the past. But this person loves you, seems to be very sexually attracted to you. I'm going to pull you advice messages since you waited for so long as well. This is balance, spirituality and practicality, and then opposition, full moon in Pisces. So, what's that opposition about? The Empress. I feel like you guys need to get on the same page. That opposition, an opposition in astrology is when two planets are opposing one another. So it's basically like when they're in total disagreement about something. And I asked, well, what is the opposition about? And I got the Empress. Well, the Empress can be around a mother figure, a baby's mother, just some kind of motherly figure, or this can be maybe if this person feels like you are this empress, then they can feel like maybe they don't deserve you in some way. Maybe that's what they're worried about. Maybe that's what they're insecure about. Maybe they feel like you're settling for them in some way, shape, or form. Like I said, they're very attracted to you and they love you. They feel like you're also very intelligent, but there are things that are kind of like hanging over their head, which is that's what it seems like. So this can be a very like spiritual connection. I feel like most connections are spiritual, but I feel like this can be very a very spiritual healing connection for you, absolutely. But at the same time, I also feel like there needs to be some kind of grounding within the dynamic as well. And I don't know what that looks like for you. Obviously, I'm not in your situation, but it's saying that something can change because it needs to change. I feel like a lot of it has to do with this person's own personal insecurities, but other than that, I mean, what should she do? The King of Wands. I feel like it's an ego issue. I feel like you might need to take the lead in a situation and end up like just kind of talking, and like having a conversation. Just say like, hey, like You know, because I feel like they may be ashamed or embarrassed to tell you that it's about their own insecurities. So maybe it's just encouraging their level of confidence, just, you know, telling them how sexy they are or how attractive they are, because it may be that this person feels as though they don't deserve you in some way, shape, or form. Okay. So that is what I got for you guys. I love you. Have a good night. Lori, thank you so much for kicking ass and taking names, literally taking names. Thank you. And thank you to Complexity and Kinez. And I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you so much for coming in. And hey, I'm not sweating. I just take good care of my skin. I put on a face mask here before I came on here. But yeah, I love you guys. And thank you so much for coming. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow. And yeah, have a good night. Bye.